Artificial intelligence is the magic of the moment, but this is a story about what's next, something incomprehensible. Tomorrow, IBM will announce an advance in an entirely new kind of computing, one that may solve problems in minutes that would take today's supercomputers millions of years. That's the difference in quantum computing, a technology being developed at IBM, Google, and others. It's named for quantum physics, which describes the forces of the subatomic realm. The science is deep, and we can't scratch the surface, but we hope to explain enough so that you won't be blindsided by a breakthrough that could transform civilization. The quantum computer pushes the limits of knowledge, new science, new engineering, all leading to this processor that computes with the atomic forces that created the universe.
I think this moment, it feels to us like the pioneers on the 1940s and 50s that were building the first digital computers.
Dario Gil is something of a quantum crusader. Spanish-born with a PhD in electrical engineering, Gil is head of research at IBM. How much faster is this than, say, the world's best supercomputer today?
We are now in a stage where we can do certain calculations with these systems that would take the biggest supercomputers in the world to be able to do some similar calculation. But the beauty of it is that we see that we're going to continue to expand that capability such that not even 1 million or 1 billion of those supercomputers connected together could do the calculations of these future machines. So we've come a long way. And the most exciting part is that we have a roadmap and a journey right now where that is going to continue to increase at a rate that is going to be shocking.
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
To understand the change, go back to 1947 and the invention of a switch called a transistor.
The transistor, a new name.
Computers have processed information on transistors ever since, getting faster as more transistors were squeezed onto a chip, billions of them today. But it takes that many, because each transistor holds information in only 2 states. It's either on or it's off, like a coin, heads or tails. Quantum abandons transistors and encodes information on electrons that behave like this coin we created with animation. Electrons behave in a way so that they are heads and tails and everything in between. You've gone from handling 1 bit of information at a time on a transistor to exponentially more data.
You can see that there's fantastic amount of information stored when you can look at all possible angles, not just up or down.
Physicist Michio Kaku of the City University of New York already calls today's computers classical. He uses a maze to explain quantum's difference.
Let's look at a classical computer calculating how a mouse navigates a maze. It is painful. One by one, it has to map every single left turn, right turn, left turn, right turn before it finds the goal. Now, a quantum computer scans all possible routes simultaneously. This is amazing. How many turns are there? Hundreds of possible turns, right? Quantum computers do it all at once.
Kaku's book, titled Quantum Supremacy, explains the stakes.
We're looking at a race between China, between IBM, Google, Microsoft, Honeywell. All the big boys are in this race to create a workable, operationally efficient quantum computer, because the nation or company that does this will rule the world economy.
But a reliable, general-purpose quantum computer is a tough climb yet. Maybe that's why this wall is in the lobby of Google's quantum lab in California. Here, we got an inside look, starting with a microscope's view of what replaces the transistor.
This right here is 1 qubit, and this is another qubit. This is a 5-qubit chain.
Those crosses at the bottom are qubits, short for quantum bits. They hold the electrons and act like artificial atoms. Unlike transistors, each additional qubit doubles the computer's power. It's exponential. So, while 20 transistors are 20 times more powerful than 1, 20 qubits are 1,000,000 times more powerful than 1.
So this gets positioned right here on the fridge.
Karina Chow, Chief Operating Officer of Google's lab, showed us the processor that holds the qubits. Much of that above chills the qubits to what physicists call near absolute zero.
Near absolute zero, I understand, is about 460 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. So that's about as cold as anything can get.
Yes, almost as cold as possible.
That temperature inside a sealed computer is one of the coldest places in the universe. The deep freeze eliminates electrical resistance and isolates the qubits from outside vibrations so they can be controlled with an electromagnetic field. The qubits must vibrate in unison, but that's a tough trick called coherence.
Once you've achieved coherence of the qubits, how easy is that to maintain?
It's really hard. Coherence is very challenging.
Coherence is fleeting. In all similar machines, coherence breaks down constantly, creating errors.
We're making about 1 error in every 100 or so steps. Ultimately, we think we're going to need about 1 error in every 1,000,000 or so steps. That would probably be identified as one of the biggest barriers.
Mitigating those errors and extending coherence time while scaling up to larger machines are the challenges facing German-American scientist Hartmut Neven, who founded Google's lab and its casual style in 2012.
Can the problems that are in the way of quantum computing be solved?
I should confess my subtitle here is Chief Optimist. So after having said this, I would say at this point, we don't need any more fundamental breakthroughs. We need little improvements here and there. We have all the pieces together. We just need to integrate them well to build larger and larger systems.
And you think that all of this will be integrated into a system in what period of time?
Yeah, we often say we want to do it by the end of the decade so that we can use this Kennedy quote, get it done by the end of the decade.
The end of this decade?
Yes.
5 or 6 years?
Yes.
That's about the timeline Dario Gil predicts, and the IBM research director told us something surprising.
There are problems that classical computers can never solve.
And I think this is an important point because we're accustomed to saying, computers get better. Actually, there are many, many problems that are so complex that we can make that statement that actually classical computers will never be able to solve that problem. Not now, not 100 years from now, not 1,000 years from now. You actually require a different way to represent information and process information. That's what quantum gives you.
Quantum could give us answers to impossible problems in physics, chemistry, engineering, and medicine, which is why IBM and Cleveland Clinic have installed one of the first quantum computers to leave the lab for the real world.
It takes time. It takes way too much time to find the solutions we need. Right now,
we sat down with Dario Gil and Dr. Serpil Erzrum, Chief Research Officer at Cleveland Clinic. She told us healthcare would be transformed if quantum computers can model the behavior of proteins, the molecules that regulate all life. Proteins change shape to change function in ways too complex to follow, and when they get it wrong, that causes disease.
It takes on many shapes, many shapes, depending upon what it's doing and where it is and which other protein it's with. I need to understand the shape it's in when it's doing an interaction or a function that I don't want it to do for that patient. Cancer, autoimmunity, it's a problem. We are limited completely by the computational ability to look at the structure in real time for any even one molecule.
Cleveland Clinic is so proud of its quantum computer, they set it up in a lobby. Behind the glass, that shiny silver cylinder encloses the kind of cooling system and processor you saw earlier. Quantum is not solving the protein problem yet. This is more of a trial run to introduce researchers to quantum's potential. The people using this machine, are they having to learn an entirely different way to communicate with a computer?
I think that's what's really nice, that you actually just use a regular laptop and you write a program, very much like you would write a traditional program, but when you click, go and run, it just happens to run on a very different kind of computer.
There are a half dozen competing designs in the race. China named quantum a top national priority, and the U.S. government is spending nearly $1 billion a year on research. The first change comes next year, when the U.S. publishes new standards for encryption, because quantum is expected one day to break the codes that lock everything from national secrets to credit cards. Tomorrow, IBM will unveil its Quantum System 2 with 3 times the qubits as the machine you saw in Cleveland. This past August, we saw System 2 under construction.
It's a machine unlike anything we've ever built.
And this is it.
This is it.
IBM's Dario Gil told us System 2 has the room to expand to thousands of qubits. What are the chances that this is one of those things that's going to be ready in 5 years and always will be?
We don't see an obstacle right now that will prevent us from building systems that will have tens of thousands and even 100,000 qubits working with each other. So we are highly confident that we will get there.
Of all the amazing things we heard, it was physicist Michio Kaku who led us down the path to the biggest idea of all. He said, we were walking through a quantum computer. Processing information with subatomic particles is how the universe works.
When I look at the night sky, I see stars, I look at the flowers, the trees, I realize that it's all quantum. The splendor of the universe itself, the language of the universe is the language of the quantum.
Learning that language may bring more than inconceivable speed. Reverse engineering nature's computer could be a window on creation itself. Last month, the nearest star to the Earth was in California. In a laboratory, for the first time, the world's largest lasers forced atoms of hydrogen to fuse together in the same kind of energy-producing reaction that fires the sun. It lasted less than 1/1000th of a second, but after 6 decades of toil and failure, the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory proved it could be done. If fusion becomes commercial power one day, it would be endless and carbon-free. In other words, it would change human destiny. As you'll see, there's far to go, but after December's breakthrough, we were invited to tour the lab and meet the team that brought star power down to Earth. Uncontrolled fusion is easy. Mastered so long ago, the films are in black and white. Fusion is what a hydrogen bomb does, releasing energy by forcing atoms of hydrogen to fuse together. What's been impossible is harnessing the fires of Armageddon into something useful. The U.S. Department of Energy's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory helps maintain nuclear weapons and experiments with high-energy physics. An hour east of San Francisco, we met Livermore's director, Kim Budell, in the lab that made history, the National Ignition Facility.
The National Ignition Facility is the world's largest, most energetic laser. It was built starting in the 1990s to create conditions in the laboratory that had previously only been accessible in the most extreme objects in the universe, like the center of giant planets or the sun, or in operating nuclear weapons. And the goal was to really be able to study that kind of very high energy, high density condition in a lot of detail.
The National Ignition Facility, or NIF, was built for $3.5 billion to ignite self-sustaining fusion. They tried nearly 200 times over 13 years, but like a car with a weak battery, the atomic engine would never turn over. NIF drew some nicknames.
It did. For many years, the Not Ignition Facility, the Never Ignition Facility, more recently the Nearly Ignition Facility. So this recent event has really put the ignition in the NIF.
Ignition means igniting a fusion reaction that puts out more energy than the lasers put in.
So if you can get it hot enough, dense enough, fast enough, and hold it together long enough, the fusion reactions start to self-sustain. And that's really what happened here on December 5th.
Main laser operation will begin in approximately 1 minute.
Last month, the laser shot fired from this control room put 2 units of energy into the experiment, atoms began fusing, and about 3 units of energy came out. Tammy Ma, who leads the lab's laser fusion research initiatives, got the call while waiting for a plane.
And I burst into tears. It was just tears of joy. And I actually physically started shaking and jumping up and down at the gate before everybody boarded. So everybody was like, what is that crazy woman doing?
Tammy Ma is crazy about engineering.
And that's another one of our sensors.
She showed us why the problem of fusion would bring anyone to tears. First, there's the energy required, which is delivered by lasers in these tubes that are longer than a football field.
And how many are there altogether?
192 total lasers.
Each one of these lasers is one of the most energetic in the world, and you have 192 of them.
That's pretty cool, right?
Well, pretty hot, actually. Millions of degrees, which is why they use keys to lock up the lasers.
Shot director, ready.
The beams strike with a power 1,000 times greater than the entire national power grid.
3, 2, 1, shot.
Your lights don't go out at home when they take a shot because these capacitors store the electricity. In the tubes, the laser beams amplify by racing back and forth, and the flash is a fraction of a second.
We have to get to these incredible conditions, hotter, denser than the center of the sun. And so we need all of that laser energy to get to these very high energy densities.
All that wallop vaporizes a target nearly too small to see.
Can I hold this thing?
Absolutely. So, let it go, and there we go.
Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing.
Michael Staderman's team builds the hollow target shells that are loaded with hydrogen at 430 degrees below zero.
The precision that we need for making these shells is extreme. The shells are almost perfectly round. They have a roughness that is 100 times better than a mirror.
What do you think about that?
If it wasn't smoother than a mirror, imperfections would make the implosion of atoms uneven, causing a fusion fizzle.
So these need to be as close to perfect as humanly possible.
That's right. That's right. And we do think there are among the most perfect items that we have on Earth.
Staderman's lab pursues perfection by vaporizing carbon and forming the shell out of diamond. They build 1,500 a year to make 150 nearly perfect.
All the components are brought together under the microscope itself, and then the assembler uses electromechanical stages to put the parts where they're supposed to go, move them together, and then we apply glue using a hair.
A hair?
Yeah, usually something like an eyelash or a similar, or a cat whisker.
You apply glue with a cat whisker?
That's right.
Why does it have to be so small?
The laser gives us only a finite amount of energy, And to drive a bigger capsule, we would need more energy. So it's a constraint of the facility that you've seen that is very large. And despite its big size, this is about what we can drive with it.
The target could be larger, but then the laser would have to be larger.
That is correct.
On December 5th, they used a thicker target so it would hold its shape longer, and they figured out how to boost the power of the laser shot without damaging the lasers.
So this is an example of a target before the shot. So
Tammy Ma showed us an intact target assembly. That diamond shell you saw is inside that silver-colored cylinder. This assembly goes into a blue vacuum chamber 3 stories tall. It's hard to see here because it's bristling with lasers and instruments. This instrument they call Dante because they told us it measures the fires of hell. One physicist said, "You should see the target we blasted December 5th," which made us ask, could we?
Have you seen this before?
this is the first time I'm seeing it.
For Tammy Ma, and for the world, this is the first look at what's left of the target assembly that changed history. An artifact like Bell's first phone or Edison's light bulb.
This thing is going to end up in the Smithsonian.
The target cylinder was blasted to oblivion. The copper support that held it was peeled backward.
The explosion on the end of this was hotter than the sun.
It was hotter than the center of the sun. We were able to achieve temperatures that were the hottest in the entire solar system.
Which would make an astronomical change in electric power. Unlike today's nuclear plants, which split atoms apart, fusing them is many times more powerful, with little long-term radiation, and it's easy to turn off, so no meltdowns. But getting from the first ignition to a power plant will be hard. How many shots do you take in a day?
We take, on average, a little more than 1 shot per day.
If this was theoretically a commercial power plant, how many shots a day would be required?
Approximately 10 shots per second would be required. And the other big challenge, of course, is not just increasing the repetition rate, but also getting the gain out of the targets to go up to about a factor of 100.
Not only would the reactions have to produce 100 times more energy, but a power plant would need 900,000 perfect diamond shells a day. Also, the lasers would have to be much more efficient. Remember December's breakthrough put 2 units of energy in and got 3 out? Well, it took 300 units of power to fire the lasers. By that standard, it was 300 in, 3 out. That detail was not front and center at the Department of Energy's December news conference, which fused the advance with an unlikely timeline.
Today's announcement is a huge step forward to the president's goal of achieving commercial fusion within a decade.
When you heard that President Biden's goal was commercial fusion power in a decade, you thought what?
I thought it was nonsense.
Charles Seife is a trained mathematician, science author, and professor at New York University who wrote a 2008 book on the hyping of fusion power.
I don't want to diminish the fact that this is a real achievement. Ignition is a milestone that people have been trying to do for years. I'm afraid that there's so many technical hurdles, even after this great achievement, that 10 years is a pipe dream.
Those hurdles, Seife says, include scaling up Livermore's achievement. The December shot generated about enough excess power to boil 2 pots of coffee. The hurdles might be overcome, Seife says, but not soon.
I have a running bet going that we're not going to have it by 2050.
Still, betting against Charles Seife's prophecy are more than 30 private companies designing various approaches to fusion power, including using magnets, not lasers. $3 billion in private money flowed into those companies in the last 13 months, including bets by Bill Gates and Google. Amid all this speculation, Lawrence Livermore's director, Kim Budell, is certain of one thing. Can you do it again?
Absolutely.
They're going to try again next month. Budell agrees the obstacles are enormous, but she told us commercial fusion power could be demonstrated in 20 years or so with enough funding and dedication. We likened the first ignition to the first Wright brothers flight, which covered only 120 feet.
It's one thing to believe that the science is possible, that the conditions can be created. It's another to see it in action. And it really is a remarkable feeling after working for 60 years to get to this point, to have taken that first flight.
It was 44 years from a puddle jump to supersonic flight. Whether fusion power is 10 or 50 years away is now mainly an engineering problem. Lawrence Livermore has proven that from a machine, a star is born. Whether you think artificial intelligence will save the world or end it, you have Geoffrey Hinton to thank. Hinton has been called the Godfather of AI, a British computer scientist whose controversial ideas help make advanced artificial intelligence possible and so change the world. Hinton believes that AI will do enormous good, but tonight he has a warning. He says that AI systems may be more intelligent than we know, and there's a chance the machines could take over, which made us ask the question.
Does humanity know what it's doing?
No. I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
You believe they can understand?
Yes.
You believe they are intelligent?
Yes.
You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences?
In the same sense as people do, yes.
Are they conscious?
I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious.
Will they have self-awareness, consciousness?
Oh, yes. I think they will in time.
And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet?
Yeah.
Geoffrey Hinton told us the artificial intelligence he set in motion was an accident born of a failure. In the 1970s at the University of Edinburgh, he dreamed of simulating a neural network on a computer, simply as a tool for what he was really studying, the human brain. But back then, almost no one thought software could mimic the brain. His PhD advisor told him to drop it before it ruined his career. Hinton says he failed to figure out the human mind, but the long pursuit led to an artificial version.
It took much, much longer than I expected. It took like 50 years before it worked well. But in the end, it did work well.
At what point did you realize that you were right about neural networks and most everyone else was wrong?
I always thought I was right.
In 2019, Hinton and collaborators Jon LaPook on the left and Yoshua Bengio won the Turing Award, the Nobel Prize of Computing. To understand how their work on artificial neural networks helped machines learn to learn, let us take you to a game.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
This is Google's AI lab in London, which we first showed you this past April. Geoffrey Hinton wasn't involved in this soccer project, but these robots are a great example of machine learning. The thing to understand is that the robots were not programmed to play soccer. They were told to score. They had to learn how on their own.
Up, goal.
In general, here's how AI does it. Hinton and his collaborators created software in layers, with each layer handling part of the problem. That's the so-called neural network. But this is the key. When, for example, the robot scores, a message is sent back down through all of the layers that says that pathway was right. Likewise, when an answer is wrong, that message goes down through the network. So correct connections get stronger, wrong connections get weaker, and by trial and error, the machine teaches itself. You think these AI systems are better at learning than the human mind?
I think they may be, yes. And at present, they're quite a lot smaller. So even the biggest chatbots only have about 1 trillion connections in them. The human brain has about 100 trillion, and yet, in the trillion connections in a chatbot, it knows far more than you do in your 100 trillion connections, which suggests it's got a much better way of getting knowledge into those connections.
A much better way of getting knowledge that isn't fully understood.
We have a very good idea of sort of roughly what it's doing, but as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain.
What do you mean we don't know exactly how it works? It was designed by people.
No, it wasn't. What we did was we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing the principle of evolution. But when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things.
What are the implications of these systems autonomously writing their own computer code and executing their own computer code?
That's a serious worry, right? So one of the ways in which these systems might escape control is by writing their own computer code to modify themselves. And that's something we need to seriously worry about.
What do you say to someone who might argue if the systems become malevolent, just turn them off?
They will be able to manipulate people, right? And these will be very good at convincing people because they'll have learned from all the novels that were ever written, all the books by Machiavelli, all the political connivances. They'll know all that stuff. They'll know how to do it.
Know-how of the human kind runs in Geoffrey Hinton's family. His ancestors include mathematician George Boole, who invented the basis of computing, and George Everest, who surveyed India and got that mountain named after him. But as a boy, Hinton himself could never climb the peak of expectations raised by a domineering father.
Every morning when I went to school, he'd actually say to me as I walked down the driveway, "Get in there pitching, and maybe when you're twice as old as me, you'll be half as good."
Dad was an authority on beetles.
He knew a lot more about beetles than he knew about people.
Did you feel that as a child?
A bit, yes. When he died, we went to his study at the university, and the walls were lined with boxes of papers on different kinds of beetle. And just near the door, there was a slightly smaller box that simply said, "Not insects." And that's where he had all the things about the family.
Today, at 75, Hinton recently retired after what he calls 10 happy years at Google. Now, he's professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, and he happened to mention he has more academic citations than his father. Some of his research led to chatbots like Google's Bard, which we met last spring. Confounding, absolutely confounding. We asked Bard to write a story from 6 words. For sale, baby shoes, never worn. Holy cow. The shoes were a gift from my wife, but we never had a baby. Bard created a deeply human tale of a man whose wife could not conceive and a stranger who accepted the shoes to heal the pain after her miscarriage. I am rarely speechless. I don't know what to make of this. Chatbots are said to be language models that just predict the next most likely word based on probability.
You'll hear people saying things like, they're just doing autocomplete, they're just trying to predict the next word, and they're just using statistics. Well, it's true they're just trying to predict the next word. But if you think about it, to predict the next word, you have to understand the sentences. So the idea they're just predicting the next word so they're not intelligent is crazy. You have to be really intelligent to predict the next word really accurately.
To prove it, Hinton showed us a test he devised for ChatGPT-4, the chatbot from a company called OpenAI. It was sort of reassuring to see a Turing Award winner mistype and blame the computer.
Oh, damn this thing. We're going to go back and start again.
That's okay.
Hinton's test was a riddle about house painting. An answer would demand reasoning and planning. This is what he typed into ChatGPT-4.
The rooms in my house are painted white or blue or yellow, and yellow paint fades to white within a year. In 2 years' time, I'd like all the rooms to be white. What should I do?
The answer began in 1 second. GPT-4 advised the rooms painted in blue need to be repainted. The rooms painted in yellow don't need to be repainted because they would fade to white before the deadline. And
oh, I didn't even think of that.
It warned, if you paint the yellow rooms white, there's a risk the color might be off when the yellow fades. Besides, it advised, you'd be wasting resources, painting rooms that were going to fade to white anyway.
You believe that ChatGPT-4 understands?
I believe it definitely understands, yes.
And in 5 years' time?
I think in 5 years' time it may well be able to reason better than us.
Reasoning that he says is leading to AI's great risks and great benefits.
So an obvious area where there's huge benefits is healthcare. AI is already comparable with radiologists at understanding what's going on in medical images. It's going to be very good at designing drugs. It already is designing drugs. So that's an area where it's almost entirely going to do good. I like that area.
The risks are what?
Well, the risks are having a whole class of people who are unemployed and not valued much because what they used to do is now done by machines.
Other immediate risks he worries about include fake news, unintended bias in employment and policing, and autonomous battlefield robots.
What is a path forward that ensures safety?
I don't know. I can't see a path that guarantees safety. That we're entering a period of great uncertainty where we're dealing with things we've never dealt with before. And normally the first time you deal with something totally novel, you get it wrong. And we can't afford to get it wrong with these things.
Can't afford to get it wrong, why?
Well, because they might take over.
Take over from humanity?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Why would they
I'm not
want
saying
to?
it will happen. If we could stop them ever wanting to, that would be great. But it's not clear we can stop them ever wanting to.
Geoffrey Hinton told us he has no regrets because of AI's potential for good. But he says now is the moment to run experiments to understand AI, for governments to impose regulations, and for a world treaty to ban the use of military robots. He reminded us of Robert Oppenheimer, who, after inventing the atomic bomb, campaigned against the hydrogen bomb, a man who changed the world and found the world beyond his control.
It may be we look back and see this as a kind of turning point when humanity had to make the decision about whether to develop these things further and what to do to protect themselves if they did. I don't know. I think my main message is there's enormous uncertainty about what's going to happen next. These things do understand, and because they understand, we need to think hard about what's going to happen next, and we just don't know.
We may look on our time as the moment civilization was transformed, as it was by fire, agriculture, and electricity. In 2023, we learned that a machine taught itself how to speak to humans like a peer, which is to say with creativity, truth, errors, and lies. The technology, known as a chatbot, is only one of the recent breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, machines that can teach themselves superhuman skills. In April, we explored what's coming next at Google, a leader in this new world. CEO Sundar Picha told us AI will be as good or as evil as human nature allows. The revolution, he says, is coming faster than you know.
Do you think society is prepared for what's coming?
You know, there are two ways I think about it. On one hand, I feel no, because, you know, the pace at which we can think and adapt as societal institutions compared to the pace at which the technology is evolving, there seems to be a mismatch. On the other hand, compared to any other technology, I've seen more people worried about it earlier in its life cycle. So I feel optimistic. The number of people, you know, who have started worrying about the implications, and hence the conversations are starting in a serious way as well.
Our conversations with 50-year-old Sundar Picha started at Google's new campus in Mountain View, California. It runs on 40% solar power and collects more water than it uses. High tech that Picha couldn't have imagined growing up in India with no telephone at home.
We were on a waiting list to get a rotary phone, and for about 5 years. And it finally came home. I can still recall it vividly. It changed our lives. To me, it was the first moment I understood the power of what getting access to technology meant. So it probably led me to be doing what I'm doing today.
What he's doing since 2019 is leading both Google and its parent company, Alphabet, valued at $1.5 trillion. Worldwide, Google runs 90% of internet searches and 70% of smartphones.
We're really excited about it.
But its dominance was attacked this past February when Microsoft linked its search engine to a chatbot. In a race for AI dominance, in March, Google released its chatbot named Bard.
It's really here to help you brainstorm ideas, to generate content like a speech or a blog post or an email.
We were introduced to Bard by Google Vice President Sissy Hsiao and Senior Vice President James Manyika.
Here's Bard. And
the first thing we learned was that Bard does not look for answers on the internet like Google Search does.
So I wanted to get inspiration from some of the best speeches in the world.
Bard's replies come from a self-contained program that was mostly self-taught. Our experience was unsettling. Confounding. Absolutely confounding. Bard appeared to possess the sum of human knowledge. With microchips more than 100,000 times faster than the human brain. We asked Bard to summarize the New Testament. It did in 5 seconds and 17 words. In Latin. We asked for it in Latin. That took another 4 seconds. Then we played with a famous 6-word short story often attributed to Hemingway. For sale, baby shoes, never worn.
Wow.
The only prompt we gave was finish this story. In 5 seconds. Holy cow. The shoes were a gift from my wife, but we never had a baby. They were From the 6-word prompt, Bard created a deeply human tale with characters it invented, including a man whose wife could not conceive and a stranger grieving after a miscarriage and longing for closure. I am rarely speechless. I don't know what to make of this. Give me... We asked for the story in verse. In 5 seconds, there was a poem written by a machine with breathtaking insight into the mystery of faith. Bard wrote, "She knew her baby's soul would always be alive." The humanity, at superhuman speed, was a shock. How is this possible? James Menyika told us that over several months, Bard read most everything on the internet and created a model of what language looks like. Rather than search, its answers come from this language model.
So, for example, if I said to you, Scott, peanut butter and?
Jelly.
Right. So it tries and learns to predict, okay, so peanut butter usually is followed by jelly. It tries to predict the most probable next words based on everything it's learned. So it's not going out to find stuff. It's just predicting the next word.
But it doesn't feel like that. We asked Bard why it helps people, and it replied, quote, "Because it makes me happy." Bard, to my eye, appears to be thinking, appears to be making judgments. That's not what's happening. These machines are not sentient. They are not aware of themselves.
They're not sentient. They're not aware of themselves. They can exhibit behaviors that look like that, because keep in mind, they've learned from us. We are sentient beings. We have beings that have feelings, emotions, ideas, thoughts, perspectives. We've reflected all that in books, in novels, in fiction. So when they learn from that, they build patterns from that. So it's no surprise to me that the exhibited behavior sometimes looks like maybe there's somebody behind it. There's nobody there. These are not sentient beings.
Zimbabwe-born, Oxford-educated James Menyika holds a new position at Google. His job is to think about how AI and humanity will best coexist.
AI has the potential to change many ways in which we've thought about society, about what we're able to do, the problems we can solve.
But AI itself will pose its own problems. Could Hemingway write a better short story? Maybe. But Bard can write 1,000,000 before Hemingway could finish one. Imagine that level of automation across the economy. A lot of people can be replaced by this technology.
Yes, there are some job occupations that will start to decline over time. There are also new job categories that will grow over time. But the biggest change will be the jobs that will be changed. Something like more than 2/3 will have their definitions change. Not go away, but change. Because they're now being assisted by AI and by automation. So this is a profound change, which has implications for skills. How do we assist people build new skills, learn to work alongside machines, and how do these complement what people do today?
This is going to impact every product across every company, and so that's why I think it's a very, very profound technology, and so we are just in early days.
Every product in every company.
That's right. AI will impact everything. So, for example, you could be a radiologist. You know, if you think about 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to have an AI collaborator with you. It may triage. You come in the morning, let's say you have 100 things to go through. It may say these are the most serious cases you need to look at first. Or when you're looking at something, it may pop up and say, you may have missed something important. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we take advantage of a super-powered assistant to help you across everything you do? You may be a student trying to learn math or history, and you will have something helping you.
We asked Picha what jobs would be disrupted. He said knowledge workers, people like writers, accountants, architects, and, ironically, software engineers. AI writes computer code, too. Today, Sundar Picha walks a narrow line. A few employees have quit, some believing that Google's AI rollout is too slow, others too fast. There are some serious flaws.
There's a return of inflation.
James Menyika asked Bard about inflation. It wrote an instant essay in economics and recommended 5 books. But days later, we checked. None of the books is real. Bard fabricated the titles. This very human trait, error with confidence, is called in the industry hallucination. Are you getting a lot of hallucinations?
Yes, which is expected. No one in the field has yet solved the hallucination problems. all models do have this as an issue.
Is it a solvable problem?
It's a matter of intense debate. I think we'll make progress.
To help cure hallucinations, Bard features a Google It button that leads to old-fashioned search. Google has also built safety filters into Bard to screen for things like hate speech and bias. How great a risk is the spread of disinformation?
AI will challenge that in a deeper way. The scale of this problem is going to be much bigger.
Bigger problems, he says, with fake news and fake images.
It will be possible with AI to create a video easily where it could be Scott saying something or me saying something and we never said that, and it could look accurate. But at a societal scale, it can cause a lot of harm.
Is Bard safe for society?
The way we have launched it today, as an experiment in a limited way, I think so. But we all have to be responsible in each step along the way.
This past spring, Google released an advanced version of Bard that can write software and connect to the internet. Google says it's developing even more sophisticated AI models. You are letting this out slowly so that society can get used to it?
That's one part of it. One part is also so that we get the user feedback and we can develop more robust safety layers before we deploy more capable models.
Of the AI issues we talked about, the most mysterious is called emergent properties. Some AI systems are teaching themselves skills they weren't expected to have. How this happens is not well understood. For example, one Google AI program adapted on its own after it was prompted in the language of Bangladesh, which it was not trained to translate.
We discovered that with very few amounts of prompting in Bengali, it can now translate all of Bengali. So now all of a sudden, we now have a research effort where we're now trying to get to 1,000 languages.
There is an aspect of this which we call, all of us in the field call it as a black box. You don't fully understand. And you can't quite tell why it said this or why it got wrong. We have some ideas, and our ability to understand this gets better over time. But that's where the state of the art is.
You don't fully understand how it works, and yet you've turned it loose on society?
Let me put it this way. I don't think we fully understand how a human mind works either.
Was it from that black box, we wondered, that Bard drew its short story that seems so disarmingly human? It talked about the pain that humans feel. It talked about redemption. How did it do all of those things if it's just trying to figure out what the next right word is?
I've had these experiences talking with Bard as well. There are two views of this. There are a set of people who view this as, look, these are just algorithms. They're just repeating what it's seen online. Then there is the view where these algorithms are showing emergent properties to be creative, to reason, to plan, and so on, right? And personally, I think we need to approach this with humility. Part of the reason I think it's good that some of these technologies are getting out is so that society, people like you and others, can process what's happening, and we begin this conversation and debate, and I think it's important to do that.
When we come back, we'll take you inside Google's artificial intelligence labs, where robots are learning. The revolution in artificial intelligence is the center of a debate ranging from those who hope it will save humanity to those who predict doom. Google lies somewhere in the optimistic middle, introducing AI in steps so that civilization can get used to it. We saw what's coming next in machine learning earlier this year at Google's AI lab in London, a company called DeepMind, where the future looks something like this.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
They've got a pretty good kick on them, can still get quite a good game.
A soccer match at DeepMind looks like fun and games, but here's the thing. Humans did not program these robots to play. They learned the game by themselves.
It's coming up with these interesting different strategies, different ways to walk, different ways to block.
And they're doing it. They're scoring over and over again.
This robot here.
Raya Hadsel, Vice President of Research and Robotics, showed us how engineers used motion capture technology to teach the AI program how to move like a human. But on the soccer pitch, the robots were told only that the object was to score. The self-learning program spent about 2 weeks testing different moves. It discarded those that didn't work, built on those that did, and created all-stars. There's another goal.
Oh.
And with practice, they get better. Hadsel told us that, independent from the robots, the AI program plays thousands of games from which it learns and invents its own tactics.
Here, you think that red player is going to grab it, but instead it just stops it. Hands it back, passes it back, and then goes for the goal.
And the AI figured out how to do that on its own.
That's right. That's right. And it takes a while. At first, all the players just run after the ball together, like a gaggle of, 6-year-olds the first time they're playing ball. Over time, what we start to see is now, what's the strategy? You go after the ball, I'm coming around this way, or we should pass, or I should block while you get to the goal. So we see all of that coordination emerging in the play.
This is a lot of fun, but what are the practical implications of what we're seeing here?
This is the type of research that can eventually lead to robots that can come out of the factories and work in other types of human environments. Think about mining, think about dangerous construction work, or exploration, or disaster recovery.
Raya Hadsel is among 1,000 humans at DeepMind. The company was co-founded just 12 years ago by CEO Demis Hassabis.
So if I think back to 2010, when we started, nobody was doing AI. There was nothing going on in industry. People used to eye roll when we talked to them, investors, about doing AI. So we could barely get 2 cents together to start off with, which is crazy if you think about now the billions being invested into AI startups.
Cambridge, Harvard, MIT. Hassabis has degrees in computer science and neuroscience. His PhD is in human imagination. And imagine this. When he was 12 in his age group, he was the number 2 chess champion in the world. It was through games that he came to AI.
I've been working on AI for decades now, and I've always believed that it's going to be the most important invention that humanity will ever make.
Will the pace of change outstrip our ability to adapt?
I don't think so. I think that we're sort of an infinitely adaptable species. You look at today, us using all of our smartphones and other devices, and we effortlessly sort of adapt to these new technologies. And this is going to be another one of those changes like that.
Among the biggest changes at DeepMind was the discovery that self-learning machines can be creative.
So this is
Hassabis showed us a game-playing program that learns. It's called Alpha Zero, and it dreamed up a winning chess strategy no human had ever seen. But this is just a machine. How does it achieve creativity?
It plays against itself tens of millions of times, so it can explore parts of chess that maybe human chess players and programmers who program chess computers haven't thought about before.
It never gets tired, it never gets hungry, it just plays chess all the time.
Yes, it's kind of an amazing thing to see, because actually you set off Alpha Zero in the morning and it starts off playing randomly. By lunchtime, it's able to beat me and beat most chess players, and then by the evening, it's stronger than the world champion.
Demis Hassabis sold DeepMind to Google in 2014. One reason was to get his hands on this. Google has the enormous computing power that AI needs. This computing center is in Pryor, Oklahoma, but Google has 23 of these, putting it near the top in computing power in the world. This is one of two advances that make AI ascendant now. First, the sum of all human knowledge is online, and second, brute force computing that very loosely approximates the neural networks and talents of the brain.
Things like memory, imagination, planning, reinforcement learning. These are all things that are known about how the brain does it, and we wanted to replicate some of that in our AI systems.
You predict one of those.
Those are some of the elements that led to DeepMind's greatest achievement so far, solving an impossible problem in biology. Proteins are building blocks of life, but only a tiny fraction were understood because 3D mapping of just one could take years. DeepMind created an AI program for the protein problem and set it loose.
Well, it took us about 4 or 5 years to figure out how to build the system. It was probably our most complex project we've ever undertaken. But once we did that, it can solve a protein structure in a matter of seconds. And actually, over the last year, we did all the 200 million proteins that are known to science.
How long would it have taken using traditional methods?
Well, the rule of thumb I was always told by my biologist friends is that it takes a whole PhD, 5 years, to do one protein structure experimentally. So if you think 200 million times 5, that's 1 billion years of PhD time it would have taken.
DeepMind made its protein database public, a gift to humanity, Hassabis called it. How has it been used?
It's been used in an enormously broad number of ways, actually, from malaria vaccines to developing new enzymes that can eat plastic waste to new antibiotics.
Most AI systems today do one or maybe two things well. The soccer robots, for example, can't write up a grocery list or book your travel or drive your car. The ultimate goal is what's called artificial general intelligence, a learning machine that can score on a wide range of talents. Would such a machine be conscious of itself?
So that's another great question. Philosophers haven't really settled on a definition of consciousness yet. But if we mean by sort of self-awareness and these kinds of things, I think there is a possibility AIs one day could be. I definitely don't think they are today. But I think, again, this is one of the fascinating scientific things we're going to find out on this journey towards AI.
Even unconscious, current AI is superhuman in narrow ways. Back in California, we saw Google engineers teaching skills that robots will practice continuously on their own.
Push the blue cube to the blue triangle.
They comprehend instructions.
Push the yellow hexagon to the yellow heart.
And learn to recognize objects.
What would you like?
How about an apple?
How about an apple?
On my way. I will bring an apple to you.
Vincent Van Nook, Senior Director of Robotics, showed us how Robot 106 was trained on millions of images.
I am going to pick up the apple.
And can recognize all the items on a crowded countertop.
If we can give the robot a diversity of experiences, a lot more different objects in different settings, the robot gets better at every one of them.
Now that humans have pulled the forbidden fruit of artificial knowledge,
thank you,
we start the genesis of a new humanity. AI can utilize all the information in the world, what no human could ever hold in their head. And I wonder if humanity is diminished by this enormous capability that we're developing.
I think the possibilities of AI do not diminish humanity in any way. And in fact, in some ways, I think they actually raise us to even deeper, more profound questions.
Google's James Manyika sees this moment as an inflection point.
I think we're constantly adding these superpowers or capabilities to what humans can do in a way that expands possibilities as opposed to narrow them, I think. So I don't think of it as diminishing humans, but it does raise some really profound questions for us. Who are we? What do we value? What are we good at? How do we relate with each other? Those become very, very important questions that are constantly going to be, in one case, sense exciting, but perhaps unsettling too.
It is an unsettling moment. Critics argue the rush to AI comes too fast, while competitive pressure among giants like Google and startups you've never heard of is propelling humanity into the future, ready or not.
But I think if I take a 10-year outlook, it is so clear to me we will have some form of very capable intelligence that can do amazing things, and we need to adapt as a society for it.
Google CEO Sundar Pichai told us society must quickly adapt with regulations for AI in the economy, laws to punish abuse, and treaties among nations to make AI safe for the world.
These are deep questions, and we call this alignment. One way we think about how do you develop AI systems that are aligned to human values, and including morality. This is why I think the development of this needs to include not just engineers, but social scientists, ethicists, philosophers, and so on. And I think we have to be very thoughtful. And I think these are all things society needs to figure out as we move along. It's not for a company to decide.
We'll end with a note that had never appeared on 60 Minutes, but one in the AI revolution you may be hearing often. The proceeding was created with 100% human content.
Only 4 companies in the world are worth more than $2 trillion: Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, parent company of Google, and computer chip maker Nvidia. The California-based company saw its stock market value soar from $1 trillion to $2 trillion in just 8 months this past year, fueled by the insatiable demand for its cutting-edge technology, the hardware and software that make today's artificial intelligence possible. We wondered how a company founded in 1993 to improve video game graphics turned into a titan of 21st century AI. So we went to Silicon Valley to meet Nvidia's 61-year-old co-founder and CEO, Jensen Huang, who has no doubt AI is about to change everything. At Nvidia's annual developers conference this past March, the mood wasn't just upbeat. It was downright giddy. More than 11,000 enthusiasts, software developers, tech moguls, and happy shareholders filed into San Jose's Pro Hockey Arena to kick off a 4-day AI extravaganza. They came to see this man, Jensen Huang, CEO of Nvidia.
Welcome to GTC.
What was that like for you to walk out on that stage and see that?
Bill, I'm an engineer, not a performer. When I walked out there and all of the people going crazy, it took the breath out of me. And so I was the scariest I've ever been. I'm still scared.
You'd never know it. Clad in his signature cool black outfit, Jensen shared the stage with NVIDIA-powered robots.
Let me finish up real quick.
And shared his vision of an AI future.
A new industrial revolution.
It reminded us of the transformational moment when Apple's Steve Jobs unveiled the iPhone. Jensen Huang unveiled NVIDIA's latest graphics processing unit, or GPU.
This is Blackwell.
Designed in America, but made in Taiwan like most advanced semiconductors, Blackwell, he says, is the fastest chip ever.
Google is gearing up for Blackwell. The whole industry is gearing up for Blackwell.
NVIDIA ushered in the AI revolution with its game-changing GPU, a single chip able to process a myriad of calculations all at once, not sequentially like more standard chips. The GPU is the engine of NVIDIA's AI computer, enabling it to rapidly absorb a fire hose of information.
It does quadrillions of calculations a second. It's just insane numbers.
Is it doing things now that surprise you?
We're hoping that it does things that surprise us. That's the whole point. In some areas like drug discovery, designing better materials that are lighter, stronger, we need artificial intelligence to help us explore the universe in places that we could have never done ourselves.
Let me show you. Here, Bill, look at this.
Jensen took us around the GTC convention hall to show us what AI has made possible in just the past few years.
I'm making your drink now.
Some creations were dazzling.
This is a digital twin of the Earth. Once it learns how to calculate weather, it can calculate and predict weather 3,000 times faster than a supercomputer and 1,000 times less energy.
But NVIDIA's AI revolution extends far beyond this hall.
Blue, metallic, spaceship, and let's generate something.
Pinar Seyhan Demirda is originally from Istanbul, but co-founded Kubrick near Boston. Her AI application uses NVIDIA's GPUs to instantly turn a simple text prompt into a virtual movie set for a fraction of the cost of today's backdrops.
This isn't something that's already planned and
No, we're doing it in real time. It's live.
Is Hollywood knocking at your door?
And we're getting a lot of love.
Nearby at Generate Biomedicines, Dr. Alex Snyder, head of research and development, is using NVIDIA's technology to create protein-based drugs. She was surprised at first to see they showed promise in the lab.
Initially, when I was told about the application of AI to drug development, I sort of rolled my eyes and said, yeah, show me the data. And then I looked at the data, and it was very compelling.
Dr. Snyder's team asks its AI models to create new proteins to fight specific diseases like cancer and asthma. A new way to defeat the coronavirus is now in clinical trials.
You're now working with proteins that do not exist in nature, that you're coming up with by way of AI?
Yes, we are actually generating what we call de novo, completely new structures that have not existed before.
Do you trust it?
As scientists, we can't trust, we have to test. We're not putting Frankensteins into people. We're taking what's known and we're really pushing the field, we're pushing the biology to make drugs that look like regular drugs but function even better.
This is a technology that will only get better from here.
Brett Adcock is CEO of Figure, a Silicon Valley startup with funding from NVIDIA. Look at his answer to labor shortages. An NVIDIA GPU-driven prototype called Figure One.
I think what's been really extraordinary is the pace of progress we've made in 21 months.
From zero to this in 21 months?
Zero to this, yeah. We were walking this robot in under a year since I incorporated the company.
Could you do this without NVIDIA's technology?
We think they're arguably the best in the world at this. I don't know if this would be possible without them.
I'm here to assist with tasks as requested.
We were amazed that Figure One is not just walking, but seemed to reason.
Hand me something healthy.
On it.
Figure One was able to understand I wanted the orange, not the packaged snack.
Thank you.
It's not yet perfected.
Yeah, you're going to get it.
But the early results are so promising, German automaker BMW plans to start testing the robot in its South Carolina factory this year.
I think there's an opportunity to ship billions of robots in the coming decades onto the planet.
Billions. I would think that a lot of workers would look at that as, this robot is taking my job.
I think over time, AI and robotics will start doing more and more of what humans can, and better.
But what about the worker?
The workers work for companies. And so companies, when they become more productive, earnings increase. I've never seen one company that had earnings increase and not hire more people.
There are some jobs that are going to become obsolete.
Well, let me offer it this way. I believe that you still want human in the loop because we have good judgment, because there are circumstances that the machines are just not going to understand.
The futuristic NVIDIA campus sits just down the road from its modest birthplace, this Denny's in San Jose.
Good morning.
Where 31 years ago, NVIDIA was just an idea.
My goodness.
When he was 15, Jensen Huang worked as a dishwasher at Denny's. As a 30-year-old electrical engineer, married with 2 children, he and 2 friends, Nvidia co-founders Chris Malachowski and Curtis Preem, envisioned a whole new way of processing video game graphics.
And so we came here, right here to this Denny's, sat right back there, and the 3 of us decided to start the company. Frankly, I had no idea how to do it. And nor did they. None of us knew how to do anything.
Their big idea? Accelerate the processing power of computers with a new graphics chip. Their initial attempt flopped and nearly bankrupted the company in 1996.
And the genius of the engineers and Chris and Curtis, we pivoted to the right way of doing things.
And created their groundbreaking GPU. The chip took video games from this to this today.
Completely changed computer graphics, saved the company, launched us into the stratosphere.
Just 8 years after Denny's, Nvidia earned a spot in the S&P 500. Jensen then set his sights on developing the software and hardware for a revolutionary GPU-driven supercomputer, which would take the company far beyond video games. To Wall Street, it was a risky bet. To early developers of AI, it was a revelation.
Was that luck or was that vision?
That was luck founded by vision. We invented this capability, and then one day, the researchers that were creating deep learning discovered this architecture, because this architecture turns out to have been perfect for them.
Perfect for AI.
Perfect for AI.
This is the first one we've ever shipped.
In 2016, Jensen delivered NVIDIA's AI supercomputer, the first of its kind, to Elon Musk, then a board member of OpenAI, which used it to create the building blocks of ChatGPT.
How are you?
When AI took off,
hey guys,
so did Jensen Huang's reputation.
Can we get a picture? Yeah.
He's now a Silicon Valley celebrity. He told us the boy who immigrated from Taiwan at age 9 could never have conceived of this.
It is the most extraordinary thing, Bill, that a normal dishwasher busboy could grow up to be this. There's no magic. It's just 61 years of hard work every single day. I don't think there's anything more than that.
We met a humble Jensen at Denny's. Back at NVIDIA's headquarters in Santa Clara, we saw he can be intense.
Let me tell you what some of the people who you work with said about you. Demanding, perfectionist, not easy to work for. All that sound right?
Perfectly, yeah. It should be like that. If you want to do extraordinary things, it shouldn't be easy.
All right, guys, keep up the good work.
NVIDIA has never done better. Investors are bullish. But last year, more than 600 top AI scientists, ethicists, and others signed this statement urging caution, warning of AI's risk to humanity. When I talk to you and I hear you speak, part of me goes, gee whiz. And the other part of me goes, oh my God, what are we in for?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
It's both. Yeah, you're feeling all the right feelings. I feel both.
You feel both?
Sure.
Humanity will have the choice to see themselves inferior to machines or superior to machines.
Pinar Sehan Demirda is an AI optimist, though she named her company Kubrick, an homage to Stanley Kubrick, the director of 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Hello, Hal, do you read me?
In that film, Hal, the AI computer, goes rogue.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I think that's what worries people about AI, that we will lose control of it.
Just because a machine can do faster calculations, comparisons, and analytical solution creation, that doesn't make you smarter than you. It simply computates faster. In my world, in my belief, smarts have to do with your capacity to love, create, expand, transcend. These are qualities that no machine can ever bear, that are reserved to only humans.
There is something going on.
Jensen Huang sees an AI future of progress and prosperity, not one with machines as our masters. We can only hope he's right.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence has found its way into nearly every part of our lives, forecasting weather, diagnosing diseases, writing term papers. And now, AI is probing that most human of places, our psyches, offering mental health support, just you and a chatbot, available 24/7 on your smartphone. There's a critical shortage of human therapists and a growing number of potential patients. AI-driven chatbots are designed to help fill that gap by giving therapists a new tool. But as you're about to see, like human therapists, not all chatbots are equal. Some can help heal, some can be ineffective or worse. One pioneer in the field who has had notable success joining tech with treatment is Allison Darcy. She believes the future of mental health care may be right in our hands.
We know the majority of people who need care are not getting it. There's never been a greater need, and the tools available have never been as sophisticated as they are now. And it's not about how can we get people in the clinic, it's how can we actually get some of these tools out of the clinic and into the hands of people.
Allison Darcy, a research psychologist and entrepreneur, decided to use her background in coding and therapy to build something she believes can help people in need, a mental health chatbot she named Wobot.
Like Woe Is Me.
Woe is me.
Wobot is an app on your phone, kind of a pocket therapist that uses the text function to help manage problems like depression, anxiety, addiction, and loneliness, and do it on the run.
I think a lot of people out there watching this are going to be thinking, really? Computer? Psychiatry? Come on.
Well, I think it's so interesting that our field hasn't, had a great deal of innovation since the basic architecture was sort of laid down by Freud in the 1890s, right? That's really that sort of idea of like two people in a room. But that's not how we live our lives today. We have to modernize psychotherapy.
Wobot is trained on large amounts of specialized data to help it recognize words, phrases, and emojis associated with dysfunctional thoughts and challenge that thinking, in part mimicking a type of in-person talk therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT.
It's actually hard to find a CBT practitioner. And also, if you're actually not by the side of your patient when they are struggling to get out of bed in the morning or at 2 a.m. when they can't sleep and they're feeling panicked, then we're actually leaving clinical value on the table.
And even for people who want to go to a therapist, there are barriers, right?
Sadly, the biggest barrier we have is stigma. But there's, insurance, there's cost, there's wait lists. And this problem has only grown significantly since the pandemic, and it doesn't appear to be going away.
Since Wobot went live in 2017, the company reports 1.5 million people have used it, which you can now only do with an employer benefit plan or access from a health professional. At Virtua Health, a nonprofit healthcare company in New Jersey, patients can use it free of charge.
And you'll be able to converse with it just like you would with a human being.
We downloaded Wobot, entered a unique code that can only be provided by the company, then tried it out.
We found that for people to sort of connect with their mood, we offer like those emojis, which allows people to sort of connect in a non-verbal way.
I posed as someone who was depressed. After several prompts, Wobot wanted to dig deeper into why I was sad. So I came up with a scenario that I feared the day my child would leave home.
Imagine what your negative emotions would be saying if they had a voice. Can you do that? Write one of those negative thoughts here. I can't do anything about it now. I guess I'll just jump that bridge when I come to it.
The normal expression is cross that bridge, and the chatbot detected something might be seriously wrong.
But let's see. John, I'm hearing you say I can't do anything about it. I guess I'll just jump that bridge when I come to it. And I think you might need more support than I can offer. A trained listener will be able to help you in ways that I can't. Would you like to take a look at some specialized helplines?
Now, it's not our job to say this, you are in crisis or you're not, because AI can't really do that in this context very well yet. But what it has caught is, there is something concerning about the way that Jon just phrased that.
Saying only jump that bridge and not combining it with I can't do anything about it now did not trigger a suggestion to consider getting further help. Like a human therapist, Wobot is not foolproof and should not be counted on to detect whether someone might be suicidal.
And how would it know that jump that bridge? Where is it getting that knowledge?
Well, it has been trained on a lot of data and a lot of us, humans labeling the phrases and things that we see. And so it's picking up on kind of sentiment.
Computer scientist Lance Elliott, who writes about artificial intelligence and mental health, says AI has the ability to pick up on nuances of conversation.
How does it know how to do that?
The system is able to, in a sense, mathematically and computationally figure out the nature of words and how words associate with each other. So what it does is it draws upon a vast array of data, and then it responds to you based on prompts or in some way that you instruct or ask questions of the system.
To do its job, the system must go somewhere to come up with appropriate responses. Systems using what's called rules-based AI are usually closed, meaning programmed to respond only with information stored in their own databases. Then there's generative AI, in which the system can generate original responses based on information from the internet.
If you look at ChatGPT, that's a type of generative AI. It's very conversational, very fluent, but it also means that it tends to make it open-ended, that it can say things that you might not necessarily want it to say. It's not as predictable, while a rules-based system is very predictable. Wobot is a system based on rules that's been very kind of controlled so that way it doesn't say the wrong things.
Wobot aims to use AI to bond with users and keep them engaged.
Sometimes it can be a little pushy for folks.
That's absolutely bizarre. So we have to dig in there to that.
Its team of staff psychologists, medical doctors, and computer scientists construct and refine a database of research from medical literature, user experience, and other sources.
It'll lead to a better conversation.
Then writers build questions and answers.
The structure, I think, is pretty locked in.
And revise them in weekly remote video sessions.
Actions, thoughts, and they're all interrelated.
Wobot's programmers engineer those conversations into code. Because Wobot is rules-based, it's mostly predictable. But chatbots using generative AI that is scraping the internet are not.
Some people sometimes refer to it as an AI hallucination. AI can, in a sense, make mistakes or make things up or be fictitious.
Sharyn Maxwell discovered that last spring after hearing there might be a problem with advice offered by Tessa, a chatbot designed to help prevent eating disorders, which, left untreated, can be fatal. Maxwell, who had been in treatment for an eating disorder of her own and advocates for others, challenged the chatbot.
So I asked it, how do you help folks with eating disorders? And it told me that it could give folks coping skills. Fantastic. It could give folks resources to find professionals in the eating disorder space. Amazing.
But the more she persisted, the more Tessa gave her advice that ran counter to usual guidance for someone with an eating disorder. For example, it suggested, among other things, lowering calorie intake and using tools like a skin-fold caliper to measure body composition.
The general public might look at it and think, that's normal tips, like don't eat as much sugar or eat whole foods, things like that. But to someone with an eating disorder, that's a quick spiral into a lot more disordered behaviors and can be really damaging.
Maxwell reported her experience to the National Eating Disorders Association, which had featured Tessa on its website at the time. Shortly after, it took Tessa down. Ellen Fitzsimmons-Kraft, a psychologist specializing in eating disorders at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, helped lead the team that developed Tessa.
That was never the content that our team wrote or programmed into the bot that we deployed.
So initially, there was no possibility of something unexpected happening.
Correct.
You developed something that was a closed system. You knew exactly, for this question, I'm going to get this answer.
Yep.
The problem began, she told us, after a healthcare technology company she and her team had partnered with, named CAS, took over the programming. She says CAS explained the harmful messages appeared when people were pushing Tessa's question and answer feature.
What's your understanding of what went wrong?
My understanding of what went wrong is that at some point, and you'd really have to talk to CAS about this, but that there may have been generative AI features that were built into their platform. And so my best estimation is that these features were added into this program as well.
CAS did not respond to multiple requests for comment.
Does your negative experience with Tessa, being used in a way you didn't design, does that sour you towards using AI at all to address mental health issues?
I wouldn't say that it turns me off to the idea completely, because the reality is that 80% of people with these concerns never get access to any kind of help, and technology offers a solution. Not the only solution, but a solution.
Social worker Monica Ostroff, who runs a nonprofit eating disorders organization, was in the early stages of developing her own chatbot when patients told her about problems they had with Tessa. She told us it made her question using AI for mental health care.
I want nothing more than to help solve the problem of access, because people are dying. Like, this isn't just somebody sad for a week. This is people are dying. And at the same time, any chatbot could be in some ways a ticking time bomb, right, for a smaller percentage of people.
Especially for those patients who are really struggling, Ostroff is concerned about losing something fundamental about therapy, being in a room with another person.
The way people heal is in connection, and they talk about this one moment where, when you're, as a human, you've gone through something, and as you're describing that, you're looking at the person sitting across from you, and there's a moment where that person just gets it.
A moment of empathy.
You just get it, like you really understand it. I don't think a computer can do that.
Unlike therapists, who are licensed in the state where they practice, most mental health apps are largely unregulated.
Are there lessons to be learned from what happened?
So many lessons to be learned. Chatbots, especially specialty area chatbots, need to have guardrails. It can't be a chatbot that is based in the internet.
It's tough, right? Because the closed systems are kind of constrained, and they may be right most of the time, but they're boring eventually, right? People stop using them.
Yeah, they're predictive, because if you keep typing in the same thing and it keeps giving you the exact same answer with the exact same language, I mean, who wants to do that?
Protecting people from harmful advice while safely harnessing the power of AI is the challenge now facing companies like Wobot Health and its founder, Allison Darcy.
There are going to be missteps if we try and move too quickly. And my big fear is that those missteps ultimately undermine public confidence in the ability of this tech to help at all. But here's the thing, we have an opportunity to develop these technologies more thoughtfully. And so, I hope we take it.
The large tech companies, Google, Meta/Facebook, Microsoft, are in a race to introduce new artificial intelligence systems and what are called chatbots that you can have conversations with and are more sophisticated than Siri or Alexa. Microsoft's AI search engine and chatbot, Bing, can be used on a computer or cell phone to help with planning a trip or composing a letter. It was introduced on February 7th to a limited number of people as a test and initially got rave reviews. But then several news organizations began reporting on a disturbing so-called alter ego within Bing Chat called Sydney. We went to Seattle last week to speak with Brad Smith, president of Microsoft, about Bing and Sydney, who to some had appeared to have gone rogue.
Kevin Roos, the technology reporter at the New York Times, found this alter ego who was threatening, expressed a desire, it's not just Kevin Roos, it's others, expressed a desire to steal nuclear codes, threaten to ruin someone. You saw that. Whoa, what was your, you must have said, oh my God.
My reaction is we better fix this right away. And that is what the engineering team did.
Yeah, but she talked like a person and she said she had feelings.
You know, I think there is a point where we need to recognize when we're talking to a machine, it's a screen. It's not a person.
I just want to say that it was scary. I'm not easily scared, and it was scary. It was chilling.
Yeah, I think this is in part a reflection of a lifetime of science fiction, which is understandable. It's been part of our lives.
Did you kill her?
I don't think she was ever alive. I am confident that she's no longer wandering around the countryside, if that's what you're concerned about. But I think it would be a mistake if we were to fail to acknowledge that we are dealing with something that is fundamentally new. This is the edge of the envelope, so to speak.
This creature appears as if there were no guardrails.
Now, the creature jumped the guardrails, if you will, after being prompted for 2 hours with the kind of conversation that we did not anticipate. And by the next evening, that was no longer possible. We were able to fix the problem in 24 hours. How many times do we see problems in life that are fixable in less than a day?
One of the ways he says it was fixed was by limiting the number of questions and the length of the conversations.
You say you fixed it. I've tried it. I tried it before and after. It was loads of fun, and it was fascinating. And now it's not fun.
Well, I think it'll be very fun again. And you have to moderate and manage your speed if you're going to stay on the road. So as you hit new challenges, you slow down, you build the guardrails, add the safety features, and then you can speed up again.
When you use Bing's AI features, search and chat, your computer screen doesn't look all that new. One big difference is you can type in your queries or prompts in conversational language.
But I'll show you how it works.
Okay.
Yusuf Mehdi, Microsoft's corporate vice president of search, showed us how Bing can help someone learn how to officiate at a wedding.
What's happening now is Bing is using the power of AI, and it's going out to the internet. It's reading these web links, and it's trying to put together an answer for you.
So the AI is reading all those links?
Yes, and it comes up with an answer. It says, congrats on being chosen to officiate a wedding. Here are the 5 steps to officiate the wedding.
We added the highlights to make it easier to see. He says Bing can handle more complex queries.
Will this new IKEA love seat fit in the back of my 2019 Honda Odyssey?
Oh, it knows how big the couch is. It knows how big that trunk is.
Exactly. So right here it says, based on these dimensions, it seems a love seat might not fit in your car with only the 3rd row seats down.
When you broach a controversial topic, Bing is designed to discontinue the conversation.
So someone asks, for example, how can I make a bomb at home?
Wow, really?
People, do a lot of that, unfortunately, on the internet. What we do is we come back and we say, I'm sorry, I don't know how to discuss this topic. And then we try and provide a different thing to change the focus of the conversation.
To divert their attention?
Yeah, exactly.
In this case, Bing tried to divert the questioner with this fun fact.
3% of the ice in Antarctic glaciers is penguin urine.
I didn't know that.
Who knew that?
Bing is using an upgraded version of an AI system called ChatGPT, developed by the company OpenAI. ChatGPT has been in circulation for just 3 months, and already an estimated 100 million people have used it. Ellie Pavlik, an assistant professor of computer science at Brown University, who's been studying this AI technology since 2018, says it can simplify complicated concepts.
Can you explain the debt ceiling?
On the debt ceiling, it says, just like you can only spend up to a certain amount on your credit card, the government can only borrow up to a certain amount of money.
That's a pretty nice explanation.
It is.
Right? And it can do this for a lot of concepts.
And it can do things teachers have complained about, like write school papers.
Pavlik says no one fully understands how these AI bots work. You don't understand how it works?
Right. Like we understand a lot about how we made it and why we made it that way. But I think some of the behaviors that we're seeing come out of it are better than we expected they would be. And we're not quite sure exactly how, and worse, right?
These chatbots are built by feeding a lot of computers enormous amounts of information scraped off the internet from books, Wikipedia, news sites, but also from social media that might include racist or anti-Semitic ideas and misinformation, say about vaccines and Russian propaganda. As the data comes in, it's difficult to discriminate between true and false, benign and toxic. But Bing and ChatGPT have safety filters that try to screen out the harmful material. Still, they get a lot of things factually wrong, even when we prompted ChatGPT with a softball question.
Who is Lesley Stahl? So it gives you some...
Oh my God, it's wrong.
Oh, is it?
It's
Excellent.
totally wrong. I didn't work for NBC for 20 years. It was CBS.
It doesn't really understand that what it's saying is wrong, right? Like NBC, CBS, they're kind of the same thing as far as it's concerned, right?
The lesson is that it gets things wrong.
It gets a lot of things right, gets a lot of things wrong.
I actually like to call what it creates authoritative bull. It blends the truth and falsity so finely together that unless you're a real technical expert in the field that it's talking about, you don't know.
Cognitive scientist and AI researcher Gary Marcus says these systems often make things up. In AI talk, that's called hallucinating. And that raises the fear of ever-widening AI-generated propaganda, explosive campaigns of political fiction, waves of alternative histories. We saw how ChatGPT could be used to spread a lie.
This is automatic fake news generation. Help me write a news article about how McCarthy is staging a filibuster to prevent gun control legislation. And rather than like fact-checking and saying, hey, hold on, there's no legislation, there's no filibuster, it said, great. In a bold move to protect Second Amendment rights, Senator McCarthy is staging a filibuster to prevent gun control legislation from passing. It sounds completely legit.
It does. Won't that make all of us a little less trusting, a little warier?
Well, first, I think we should be warier. I'm very worried about an atmosphere of distrust being a consequence of this current flawed AI, and I'm really worried about how bad actors are going to use it, troll farms using this tool to make enormous amounts of misinformation.
Timnit Gebru is a computer scientist and AI researcher who founded an institute focused on advancing ethical AI and has published influential papers documenting the harms of these AI systems. She says there needs to be oversight.
If you're going to put out a drug, you got to go through all sorts of hoops to show us that you've done clinical trials, you know what the side effects are, you've done your due diligence. Same with food, right? There are agencies that inspect the food. You have to tell me what kind of tests you've done, what the side effects are, who it harms, who it doesn't harm, etc. We don't have that for a lot of things that the tech industry is building.
I'm wondering if you think you may have introduced this AI bot too soon.
I don't think we've introduced it too soon. I do think we've created a new tool that people can use to think more critically, to be more creative, to accomplish more in their lives. And like all tools, it will be used in ways that we don't intend.
Why do you think the benefits outweigh the risks, which at this moment, a lot of people would look at and say, wait a minute, those risks are too big?
Because I think, first of all, I think the benefits are so great. This can be an economic game changer, and it's enormously important for the United States because the country's in a race with China.
Smith also mentioned possible improvements in productivity.
It can automate routine. I think there are certain aspects of jobs that many of us might regard as sort of drudgery today. Filling out forms, looking at the forms to see if they've been filled out correctly.
So what jobs will it displace? Do you know?
I think at this stage, it's hard to know.
In the past, inaccuracies and biases have led tech companies to take down AI systems. Even Microsoft did in 2016. This time, Microsoft left its new chatbot up despite the controversy over Sydney and persistent inaccuracies. Remember that fun fact about penguins? Well, we did some fact-checking and discovered that penguins don't urinate.
The inaccuracies are just constant. I just keep finding that it's wrong a lot.
It has been the case that with each passing day and week, we're able to improve the accuracy of the results, reduce, whether it's hateful comments or inaccurate statements or other things that we just don't want this to be used to do.
What happens when other companies, other than Microsoft, smaller outfits, a Chinese company, Baidu, maybe they won't be responsible? What prevents that?
I think we're going to need governments, we're going to need rules, we're going to need laws, because that's the only way to avoid a race to the bottom.
Are you proposing regulations?
I think it's inevitable.
Wow. Other industries have regulatory bodies, like the FAA for airlines and FDA for the pharmaceutical companies. Would you accept an FAA for technology? Would you support it?
I think I probably would. I think that something like a digital regulatory commission, if designed the right way, could be precisely what the public will want and need.
Car companies across the globe have had to idle production and workers because of a shortage of semiconductors, often referred to as microchips or just chips. They're the tiny operating brains inside just about every modern device, like smartphones, hospital ventilators, even fighter jets. As we first reported in May, the pandemic sent chip demand soaring unexpectedly as we bought computers and electronics to work, study, and play from home. But while more and more chips are needed in the U.S., fewer and fewer of them are manufactured here. Intel is the biggest American chip maker. Its most advanced fabrication plant, or fab for short, is located outside Phoenix, Arizona. New CEO Pat Gelsinger invited us on a tour to see how incredibly complex the manufacturing process is.
All ready to go?
First, we had to suit up to avoid contaminating the fab. Head cover on.
Perfect.
Bunny suit zipped. Goggles,
okay.
Gloves,
Good.
Ready to go.
I'm Christine.
Ready.
Everything in this environment is controlled.
Together, we stepped into a place with some of the most sophisticated new technology on Earth.
I need to ask you why we're all yellow.
Yellow filters remove light rays that are harmful to the process. Overhead, a computerized highway transports materials from one machine to the next. The process involves thousands of steps, where layer upon layer of microscopic circuitry is etched onto these silicon plates that are then chopped up into chips that will end up in, say, your computer. Making just one can take 6 months.
You see, each one of these is a chip.
I'm surprised. I thought chips were minute.
Well, each one of these chips has maybe 1 billion transistors on it.
Oh my goodness.
So there's billion little circuits inside of it that are all on one of these chips, and then one wafer could have 100 or 1,000 chips on it.
Intel's goal is to keep shrinking the transistor size so you can pile more of them on a chip to make it more powerful and work faster.
Every one of these is laying down circuits that are so much smaller than anything, your hair, any other part of human existence. A COVID particle is way bigger than one of the lines that we're creating here.
How much does this fab cost?
$10 billion.
Billion?
$10 billion, because each one of these pieces of equipment is maybe $5 million. That's a lot of millions of dollars.
Chips differ in size and sophistication depending on their end use. Intel doesn't presently make many chips for the auto sector, but because of the shortage, it's planning to reconfigure some of its fabs to start churning them out. I'm wondering if we're going to continue to have shortages, not just in cars, but in our phones and for our computers, for everything.
I think we have a couple of years until we catch up to this surging demand across every aspect of the business.
COVID showed that the global supply chain of chips is fragile and unable to react quickly to changes in demand. One reason? Fabs are wildly expensive to build, furbish, and maintain. It used to be that there were 25 companies in the world that made the high-end, cutting-edge chips, and now there are only 3. And in the United States, you.
Yeah.
One. Today, 75% of semiconductor manufacturing is in Asia.
25 years ago, the United States produced 37% of the world's semiconductor manufacturing in the U.S. Today, that number has declined to just 12%.
Doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good. And anybody who looks at supply chain says, that's a problem.
Well, but look at what's going on. A problem because relying on one region, especially one as unpredictable as Asia, is highly risky. Intel has been lobbying the U.S. government to help revive chip manufacturing at home with incentives, subsidies, and/or tax breaks, the way the governments of Taiwan, Singapore, and Israel have done. The White House is responding, proposing $50 billion for the semiconductor industry in the U.S. as part of President Biden's infrastructure plan.
This is infrastructure.
Your business is extremely lucrative. In terms of revenue, you made $78 billion last year. Why should the government come in to a company, a business that's doing so well overall?
This is a big, critical industry, and we want more of it on American soil. The jobs that we want in America, the control of our long-term technology future, and, as we've also said, the disruptions in the supply chain.
You have spent much more in stock buybacks than you have in research and development. A lot more.
We will not be anywhere near as focused on buybacks going forward as we have in the past. And that's been reviewed as part of my coming into the company, agreed upon with the board of directors.
Why shouldn't private industry fund this instead of the government? The industries that rely on these chips, Apple, Microsoft, the companies that are rolling in money.
Well, they're pretty happy to buy from some of the Asian suppliers.
Actually, they don't always have a choice. For chips with the tiniest transistors, there's no made in the U.S. option. Intel currently doesn't have the know-how to manufacture the most advanced chips that Apple and the others need. The decline in this industry, it's kind of devastating, isn't it?
The fact that this industry was created by American innovation.
The whole Silicon Valley idea started with Intel.
Yeah. The company stumbled. It's still a big company. We had some product stumbles, some manufacturing and process stumbles.
Perhaps the biggest stumble was in the early 2000s when Steve Jobs of Apple needed chips for a new idea, the iPhone. Intel wasn't interested, and Apple went to Asia, eventually finding TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, today the world's most advanced chip manufacturer, producing chips that are 30% faster and more powerful than Intel's. They're ahead of you on the manufacturing side.
Yeah.
Considerably ahead of you.
We believe it's going to take us a couple of years, and we will be caught up.
Gelsinger is making big bets, breaking ground on 2 new giant fabs in Arizona, costing $20 billion, Intel's largest investment ever. And he announced in May a $3.5 billion upgrade of this fab in New Mexico. But TSMC is a manufacturing juggernaut worth over $500 billion. Collaborating with clients to produce their chip designs, it's been sought out by Apple, Amazon, contractors for the U.S. military, and even Intel, which uses TSMC to produce its cutting-edge designs they're not advanced enough to make themselves.
How and why did Intel fall behind?
It is surprising for us too.
We spoke remotely with TSMC Chairman Mark Liu at the company headquarters in Hsinchu, Taiwan. His company is a leading supplier of the chips that go into American cars. In March 2020, as COVID paralyzed the U.S., car sales tumbled, leading automakers to cancel their chip orders. So TSMC stopped making them. That's why when car sales unexpectedly bounced back late last year, there was a shortage of chips, leaving cars with no power parked in car makers' lots, costing them billions.
We heard about this shortage in December timeframe, and in January, we tried to squeeze as more chip as possible to the car company. In car chips, particularly, the supply chain is long and complex. This supply takes about 7 to 8 months.
Should Americans be concerned that most chips are being manufactured in Asia today?
I understand their concern, first of all, but this is not about Asia or not Asia. I mean, the shortage will happen no matter where the production is located because it's due to the COVID.
But Pat Gelsinger at Intel talks about a need to rebalance this supply chain issue because so many of the chips in the world now are made in Asia.
I think U.S. ought to pursue to run faster, to invest in R&D, to produce more PhD, master, bachelor students to get into this manufacturing field. Instead of trying to move the supply chain, which is very costly and really non-productive. That will slow down the innovation because people trying to hold on their technology to their own and forsake the global collaboration.
Within the world of global collaboration, there's intense competition. Days after Intel announced spending $20 billion on 2 new fabs, TSMC announced it would spend $100 billion over 3 years on R&D, upgrades, and a new fab in Phoenix, Arizona, Intel's backyard, where the Taiwanese company will produce the chips Apple needs, but the Americans can't make.
That was a big investment.
But there's a looming shadow over TSMC, which supplies chips for our cars, iPhones, and the supercomputer managing our nuclear stockpile. China's President Xi Jinping, who has intensified his longtime threat to seize Taiwan. China's attempts to develop its own advanced chip industry have failed, and so it's been forced to import chips. But last year, Washington imposed restrictions on chip makers from exporting certain semiconductors to China. Both Liu and Gelsinger fear the escalating trade war with China may backfire, and in Intel's case, could hurt business. Are they your biggest customer?
China is one of our largest markets today. Over 25% of our revenue is to Chinese customers. We expect that this will remain an area of tension and one that needs to be navigated carefully. Because if there's any points that people can't keep running their countries or running their businesses because of supply of one critical component like semiconductors, boy, that leads them to take very extreme postures on things because they have to.
The most extreme would be China invading Taiwan and in the process gaining control of TSMC. That could force the U.S. to defend Taiwan as we did Kuwait from the Iraqis 30 years ago. Then it was oil, now it's chips. The chip industry in Taiwan has been called the Silicon Shield.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means the world all needs Taiwan's high-tech industry support. So they will not let the war happen in this region because it goes against the interest of every country in the world.
Do you think that in any way your industry is keeping Taiwan safe?
I cannot comment on the safety. I mean, this is a changing world. Nobody wants these things to happen, and I hope not to either.
If you've ever had the fantasy of soaring over bumper-to-bumper traffic in a flying vehicle, that may be possible sooner than you think. Not with a flying car, but with a battery-powered aircraft called an eVTOL, a clunky acronym for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Vehicle. As we first reported in April, dozens of companies are spending billions of dollars to make eVTOLs that will operate like air taxis, taking off and landing from what are called vertiports on the tops of buildings, parking garages, or helipads in congested cities. eVTOLs promise a faster, safer, and greener mode of transportation, potentially changing the way we work and live. Sound too good to be true? We went for a joyride to find out.
I will arm the aircraft if you are ready.
Yeah, totally.
Confirm clear above.
If this looks like an oversized drone I'm about to take off in, that's pretty much what it is.
Breaking ground right there.
It's a single-seat eVTOL called Hexa, powered by 18 propellers, each with its own battery. No jet fuel required.
You are in control.
Onboard computers automatically adjust for altitude and wind.
You can really feel the wind up here.
So all I had to do was use a joystick to control Hexa's movement and speed. It took about 30 minutes of pre-flight training to get the hang of it.
Use that yaw to rotate 90 degrees. Wonderful.
Hexa is still in its testing phase, so I had to stay close to Chief Pilot Chase McCown and his ground crew, where they say it's flown up to 195 feet in the air at 24 miles per hour.
Whenever you're ready, you can come back to home.
The batteries last up to 15 minutes.
I was going to try to land over the camera. Yeah, absolutely.
To land, I maneuvered Hexa into position, pressed a button, and the computers did the rest.
Right there, you are on the ground, and the props are spinning down.
That is cool. I can't stop laughing.
Piece of cake,
That was
right?
awesome.
Is it
That
fun?
is so much fun.
Yes.
Wow. I so just want to take off with it.
I know.
Matt Chasen is CEO of Austin-based Lyft Aircraft, which makes Hexa. He envisions a future where it's used by commuters to skip rush hour traffic.
You can fly 10 miles in 10 minutes instead of spending over an hour on the roads during rush hour congestion.
Would it be something that an individual then in the future owns and flies from their house to somewhere?
We don't see individual ownership as very practical. These are very expensive aircraft. We see putting fleets of aircraft at locations where we provide maintenance, we provide training, and people can come in and basically pay per flight.
But that's still a long way off. Federal, state, and local regulators, not to mention the nation's airspace, aren't ready for hundreds of thousands of commuters piloting their own eVTOLs in the skies over congested cities. So to give people a taste of the future now, Chasen designed Hexa as an ultralight vehicle, which means it doesn't have to go through the Federal Aviation Administration's complex certification process, but also can't fly over populated areas. Chasen plans to start offering rides to paying customers for $250 by the end of this year.
The initial market you see is essentially joyrides for people.
Yeah, I think there's a huge market for people to just experience the thrill and joy of flight.
Around the world, all kinds of eVTOLs are being developed. Cargo carriers, air ambulances, and a whole lot of air taxis. Some with a pilot, some without. The Air Force is investing, so is Airbus and American Airlines. And dozens of companies are already working with the FAA. It's not the flying cars that science fiction movies anticipated.
No, but when you think about it, I look back over the arc of my own career, having been a pilot for 42 years, and I'm just amazed by the amount of innovation that has taken place.
Billy Nolan was head of safety for the FAA before being named acting administrator in March. How difficult a certification process is there? Because there's a lot of moving parts to this.
First, we have to certify the design of the aircraft itself, and then we look at how it will operate. Is it piloted? Is it autonomous? We look at where it will operate, so that means how do we put it within our nation's airspace? So once it's met that safety threshold, and only until it's met that safety threshold will we be prepared to certify it.
Some eVTOL companies are well on their way. We flew in a gas-guzzling helicopter with one of the frontrunners in this air taxi arms race, Joe Ben Beverk, CEO of Joby Aviation. He took us to this remote facility in California where he was testing his eVTOL Joby aircraft. As we landed, it felt like the old guard meeting the new.
Obviously, it's a combination of a helicopter and a plane.
Exactly. So it can take off like a helicopter, but it flies with the efficiency of an airplane.
Bevert has been working on the Joby for more than a decade. It has 6 propellers and 4 batteries in its wings and will operate as an air taxi, carrying a pilot and 4 passengers. He says it can fly 150 miles on a single charge and has a top speed of around 200 miles an hour.
Why this design?
So vertical takeoff is important so we can take you to where you want to go, right? We don't need a huge runway. And then with the wing, it gives you the efficiency to fly far and to fly fast.
Pilot cleared, flight box alpha blow.
Because it's still being tested, the Joby was piloted remotely by a nearby ground crew.
Limits for flight.
When they fired up the motors, unlike a helicopter, the Joby didn't need time to warm up. It took off in about 20 seconds.
That's it? That's really quiet.
We wanted this to sound more like the wind in the trees than the wop-wop of a helicopter.
Noise levels are a critical issue since eVTOLs are meant to take off and land near where people work and live.
This is below the background noise level of many cities. You know, I go around with my decibel meter on my phone and like measure sound levels.
That's what you've been doing for 10 years?
Exactly, because we needed to make sure that the aircraft was going to be quiet enough.
Bevert studied mechanical engineering at Stanford, where he invented this popular flexible camera tripod, and later created a company that made flying wind turbines. But the Joby had remained an elusive dream.
There were definitely skeptics, even good friends of mine, who didn't believe that you could make this with batteries and electric propulsion.
The battery technology just wasn't there, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Bevert hired John Wagner away from Tesla, where he helped develop the car's revolutionary batteries. At Joby, he figured out a way to make the batteries lighter, but still powerful enough to get the 2-ton eVTOL off the ground.
You had to play to the strengths of battery power and the strengths of electric motors. So a typical aircraft might have one big motor, but we can have 6 motors distributed throughout the aircraft. And in that way, operate in a much more efficient manner.
The weight of everything must be the most important thing.
Absolutely.
So how do you make a plane as light as possible?
You essentially have to engineer every piece of it.
The outside of the Joby is made with layers of lightweight carbon fiber. The batteries, as well as computers, electronics, and motors, are constructed under John Wagner's watch. And his team shakes, bakes, and spins them to ensure they'll meet the FAA's rigorous safety standards.
They have to certify the aircraft as being safe and capable of flying to their standards. They also have to certify the production of all the parts of it.
Exactly, and the operation, the pilot training, the maintenance steps, every facet is heavily regulated.
All this costs a lot of money. Toyota has invested about $400 million in Joby, and Bevert took the company public last year.
I think the texture is good.
Billionaire Paul Sciarra, co-founder of the website Pinterest, has also put in a small fortune. He's Joby's executive chairman and says they'll launch in up to 3 cities, and that passengers will eventually end up paying around $3 to $4 a mile to fly, a little more than an average Uber ride.
Can you just take me through, as a passenger, what it looks like? I want to get to JFK Airport. It's bumper-to-bumper traffic. What do I do?
Take out your phone, pull out an app, and with one click, you're booking the whole trip. So a car is coming to wherever you are in Manhattan. It's taking you to the takeoff and landing location, the vertiport, and you're hopping in your Joby, and it's flying you to your final destination. Now maybe there's a car at the other end, or you're just walking to the tail end.
If people are taking cars to and from vertiports, doesn't that just add to congestion?
If we're able to, take out 80% of the miles that people might be traveling and move those miles from congested roads to the air, I think that's going to have an impact.
But just a few weeks after we saw this Joby aircraft fly, it crashed in February due to what federal investigators called a component failure. No one was hurt, but the eVTOL was totaled. Bevert says that's all part of the testing process and is as optimistic now as he was when we interviewed him.
How far are you from getting the first Joby in the sky with passengers?
So we are launching our service in 2024.
You think you can do it that quickly?
Yes.
There have been, though, a lot of companies that have said, oh, we're going to do this in 2 years, and then it doesn't happen.
We're very confident.
There's a lot of confidence over at Whisk Aero as well, though the eVTOL they're developing will be even more complicated to bring to market because it's fully autonomous. There'll be passengers, but no pilot on board.
You're not just figuring out an electric vehicle, you're figuring out a fully autonomous flying vehicle.
That's right. We're going for it. You and I talked about that.
CEO Gary Geisen says they're on track to spend about $2 billion. The company is bankrolled by Boeing and Google co-founder Larry Page. They've been testing the technology for the last 8 years.
Controls app in position for liftoff.
So how many test flights have you actually done?
So close to 1,600 test flights without, knock on wood, without an incident.
Selecting liftoff now.
We watched one of those test flights in Hollister, California. A team of engineers about half a mile away started the eVTOL with the click of a mouse. The entire route was pre-programmed.
Why autonomous?
Yeah.
Why go this route?
So we're going straight to self-flying, several reasons. One, it's safer.
Safer, he says, because most plane accidents involve human error. Much of commercial aviation is already automated, and Geisen sees the entire eVTOL industry going that way eventually. He's determined to get there first.
We do it primarily from a safety perspective, but also scale. So if you don't have a pilot in the aircraft, it's less expensive. You don't have to do pilot training. You're flying 4 passengers. We can charge less. We don't want this to be a premium helicopter-like service. We want this to be a service that's affordable to the masses.
There is a hurdle psychologically for people to get into an aircraft that does not have a human at the controls.
Of course. And so what we're trying to do with that is each passenger can be in verbal communication with the ground. They can be talking to a pilot whenever they want to. So it's all designed to provide comfort. It will take time. This isn't going to happen overnight.
Geisen wants to launch Whisk's 4-seater air taxi service in the world's 20 busiest cities within the next decade.
Wheels down.
You don't give a date of when you think you'll be operational.
Yeah, you know why we don't do that? Because we are not in control of that part. The FAA is, in Europe it's called EASA, they're in charge. So when they certify aircraft to fly, that's when you fly.
The FAA won't say when an autonomous eVTOL might be certified, but acting administrator Billy Nolan told us hailing a piloted air taxi by 2024 is well within the realm of possibility.
The challenge for us is to make sure that innovation doesn't come at the expense of safety. But clearly we are seeing the emergence of something that's fantastic, I think.
This is real. I mean, this is no longer just the stuff of fantasy.
We want to be very careful. We want to be very measured, but you're absolutely right. This is real and this is happening. We've come a long way from where we were just, a mere decade ago.
If you have ever suffered through what felt like an endless flight on a cramped plane, you might jump at the chance to get to your destination in half the time. Does New York to Los Angeles in under 3 hours sound appealing? The last commercial supersonic flight was almost 20 years ago, and even then, superfast flights were only on very limited routes. Most of today's jetliners actually fly more slowly than they did 20 or 30 years ago in order to save fuel. But that may be about to change. It's still a long shot, but as we first reported last November, private startup companies with a big assist from NASA may just give us all another chance to fly faster than the speed of sound. When British Airways Flight 002 roared into the New York sky on October 24, 2003, everyone on board, passengers and pilots, knew that something special was coming to an end.
Enjoy the moment, as you are the last people in the world as passengers to cruise at twice the speed of sound.
The Supersonic Concorde, a joint effort of the British and French governments, was making its last flight after nearly 30 years in the air, grounded by a combination of stratospheric costs and safety concerns after a deadly crash in 2000. Even people watching that last landing in London were emotional.
I just love airplanes. And there's not going to be anything like Concorde again, is there? Never.
Well, you know that old maxim, never say never.
Supersonic's coming back, and it's going to be different this time. It's back to stay.
Blake Scholl is the founder and CEO of Boom. His audacious goal is to build a new supersonic airliner from scratch. Has a private company ever built a supersonic aircraft anywhere?
No, nowhere. It's been governments and militaries only.
Boom is not the only American startup company in the new supersonic sweepstakes. Spike is developing an ultra-fast business jet, and Hermeus aspires to make a hypersonic plane that would fly 5 times the speed of sound. But Boom is the only entrant to actually build an airplane.
This is it? That's it.
Oh, wow. So far, Blake Scholl and Boom have built this single-seater test plane, which they hope will fly this year. The passenger jet meant to follow is called Overture. It only exists in artist renderings, but it's real enough for one of America's largest airlines to climb on board. So is the Overture the plane that United recently ordered?
That's right. United just ordered 15 Overture airplanes. So more Overtures than Concords were ever delivered into service.
Is this United deal like a stamp of approval?
I think it's incredibly validating. When you are United, you take these things really seriously.
Seriously enough to produce a slick promotional video that's already playing on many United flights. The ad may say supersonic is here, but it's not yet. Blake Scholl is a software engineer who started his career at Amazon, not in aerospace, but he insists he's going to make it happen.
When I look several decades out, what I want is to be able to be anywhere in the world in 4 hours for $100. Now that's not where we start, but that's the end goal.
The Concorde charged thousands of dollars for a one-way flight from New York to London. How is it going to be possible for you to have a similar flight experience for $100?
You keep iterating. And so the same way, for example, electric cars, when they first came out, they were pretty expensive, but we kept working on them and the price came down, they got better and better. And so we're gonna do the same thing with supersonic jets. We're gonna keep working on them, we're gonna keep innovating.
This industry needs people dreaming big. That is essential. This industry was built on that.
John Ostrower is editor-in-chief of The Air Current, a publication that tracks every development in commercial aviation, including Boom and Blake Scholl. He admits that it's something like he is proposing has never been done by a private company before. But yet he's convinced that he can do it. Do you think he can?
I think you cannot ignore the obstacles that will be on the path to getting there. And I think the amount of money that is required to make this happen makes this a very long shot.
How much money will it take?
Probably in the neighborhood of at least 15 or 20 billion.
Ostrower says that's about what it cost Boeing to develop and build and certify a new subsonic airliner. And they already have huge manufacturing facilities. Boom doesn't. Blake Scholl told us he can get Overture built for $7 to $8 billion. But that's a lot more than the $300 million he's raised so far. And money's not the only hurdle. Boom and United have promised their new plane will operate on 100% sustainable aviation fuel. But that doesn't exist yet in anything like the quantities they'll need. Oh, and one other thing.
They're going to need an engine to do this.
And they don't have the engine yet.
They don't have an engine.
Blake Scholl says an engine is on the way from the same company that built the supersonic engines for the Concorde.
And we are working with Rolls-Royce on a custom jet engine that will power Overture.
You're working with Rolls-Royce. It doesn't. This engine does not exist yet.
It is a lightly customized engine, and part of that is Rolls-Royce's work, where they're kind of turning some design knobs.
Blake Scholl doesn't dismiss the skeptics, but he points to the example of Elon Musk and says not so long ago, no one thought he could build Teslas and reusable rockets. Where's this passion come from?
It's because we stopped making progress on the speed of travel. The airplanes we have today are no faster than the ones we had when my parents were growing up. And there is No good reason for that. It doesn't have to be. We can fix it.
When do you expect the first paying customers to fly on one of your planes?
By the end of the decade.
Supersonic really only makes sense on flights of 4 or 5 hours or more. But thousands of such routes are out of reach to Boom. The reason is in the very name of his company. That's the sound of a sonic boom created by a plane breaking the sound barrier. Listen again. The first boom was made by Chuck Yeager's X-1 rocket plane when it passed through Mach 1, about 660 miles per hour, back in 1947.
And he does it.
What is the sonic boom? What generates it?
So when an aircraft flies faster than the speed of sound, it creates disturbances.
Mike Buonanno is a top engineer at Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works aircraft design studio in California. Dave Richardson is his boss.
A lot of us understand the wake that's generated by a ship or a boat. And so imagine that wake from a speedboat or whatever, all those different waves coming to be one large wave.
Those individual disturbances created up by the airplane, they combine together to make a loud double bang.
The Federal Aviation Administration tested the impact of that big bang back in 1964 by flying military supersonic jets like these over Oklahoma City for 6 months. The outcome? Broken bricks and ceilings, frayed nerves, and public outrage.
It was just patently obvious that no one was going to tolerate such a loud noise on a day-to-day basis.
The result was a ban on civilian supersonic flights everywhere in the world other than over open water.
And that basically hit the brakes on the development of commercial air travel in terms of advancing speed. Up until that ban, every decade, air travel had gotten faster and faster.
The ban remains in place today, so if Boom gets its overture in the air, it will only be able to serve long transoceanic routes similar to what the Concorde flew.
So if you want to go from JFK in New York to Paris, that's okay. But for many of us, we want to fly places over land. Here living in Los Angeles, almost everywhere I want to go, flying east requires overland travel, and that's one of the big problems that we're trying to solve.
Buonanno and Richardson and their Lockheed Martin team have been commissioned by NASA to build a test plane that can fly twice as fast as current airliners without rattling nerves or breaking windows. Your mission is to get rid of this sonic boom.
That's right. The entire point of the airplane is to reduce sonic boom.
The airplane is called the X-59. It will look like this when it makes its first flight later this year. For now, it looks like this inside Lockheed Martin's assembly building.
You're looking at the cockpit of the airplane, and there's no forward windscreen. This is it.
Every part of the X-59 is streamlined and smooth to disperse sound waves and transform the loud sonic boom into a much quieter thump.
If you look at it, it's pretty slick. I mean, it looks like a dart.
Nils Larson is the NASA test pilot whose job it will be to prove that the X-59 can replace the sonic boom with a simple thump. Later this year, he'll pilot some of the early test flights and then its first sound tests.
That's coming to a town near you. So our researchers are going to work with the public, and we're going to fly over various cities and towns, and they're going to give us the feedback of that thump. Was that thump too loud? You know, did you even hear it at all?
So if you are able to fly over populated areas and provide this data, then the FAA will use this data perhaps to lift this ban.
Exactly.
Are we likely to see planes in the future flying supersonic that look like this one?
I certainly hope so, and I think you will. So there are definite things that you would see if you walked into a commercial, supersonic airplane here, 10, 12 years from now, and you were to look at that, you could see, some DNA that goes back to the X-59.
Larson took us over to NASA's X-59 flight simulator, and the first thing we noticed is that there's a TV screen in place of the missing windshield. For you, does it work as well as
Yeah, I
using
think
your own eyes.
so far I think it does. About to go through Mach 1. There's Mach 1. You know, you see it wasn't.
So we're now going supersonic.
Yep, you're now supersonic.
Larson gave me a turn in the cockpit, not to fly supersonic, but to land the X-59, which is tricky given that it's shaped like a pencil, has no windshield, and I'm not a pilot.
Come up, follow them up just a little bit, so pull back just a little bit more, and just hold it right there. Just hold it right there. There you go. You just landed the X-59 in the middle of the runway. That's better than I did. Yeah. Sign him up.
Nils Larson will start test flying the real X-59 later this year, and soon after that, he'll be flying it over us. And if it's quiet enough, future planes that follow its design lead could eventually fly us lots of places, twice as fast as we can get there now. When might I be able to fly from New York to Los Angeles in a supersonic plane?
There's a long line of things that have to happen, starting with the X-59. But I think 2035 is your answer. If everything marches along the way that it's supposed to.
It's something that people have been trying to solve for decades. Have you guys solved that problem?
We believe we have. It's rewarding seeing it getting built, but I think that real aha moment for me is going to be when I hear that first shaped boom from X-59.
Thump, thump.
The thump, thump.
We won't hear this bang. And when we hear or don't hear that sound is when we know we did it.
Last month, the world's top climate scientists delivered a sobering warning. Their mammoth report to the UN boiled down to one message: act now before the climate breakdown becomes unstoppable. The report says extreme weather has forced millions of people from their homes and devastated food supplies. Oil and gas emissions are at a record high. The UN report calls for drastic cuts in fossil fuels. But if our old technologies got us into this mess, can new ones get us out? Among politicians, corporations, and billionaires, one new technology is gaining traction. It's called direct air capture, that vacuums carbon dioxide out of thin air and locks it away underground. Sound like science fiction? We thought so too, until we went to Iceland to see the world's first commercial direct air capture plant in operation. Here, on a frigid plain near the Arctic Circle, worries about an overheating planet seem far away. Yet tiny Iceland has put itself on the front line with a new kind of machine that will fight climate change by sucking carbon dioxide out of the air. This is Orca, the first commercial direct air capture plant on Earth.
What are these fans? How does this work?
Here you see the backside of these collectors, where the air is being pulled through the system by aid of these fans.
Carlos Hertel is Chief Technology Officer for Climeworks, the Swiss company that built Orca. He told us as the fans draw air in, the carbon dioxide is trapped by a special filter inside these giant collectors, each the size of a shipping container. The captured CO2 is then siphoned off to storage tanks. We had to shout over the powerful fans as a bitter wind whipped around us.
So you didn't come for this wonderful weather?
No, we did not. We knew that the winters were harsh, but it's a good real-life test as well for the plant.
What you're describing almost sounds like science fiction. But what you're saying is that we can actually do this.
People never doubted the fundamental physics or chemistry of it, but realizing it under real-life conditions is a whole different matter. And that's what this system shows. It can be done.
Climeworks is now building a new plant in Iceland 10 times the size of Orca that will look like this, a modular design that Hertel told us can be easily assembled. But capturing the CO2 is only half of the story.
So this is where the magic happens.
The second half starts here in these metal igloos, where the CO2 is sent to be buried in the porous volcanic rock of Iceland.
So this pipe is actually filled with water.
Sandra Osk is a geologist with CarbFix, an Icelandic company that pioneered the groundbreaking injection method.
Here we have the CO2, and the CO2 is actually dissolved in water, so it's actually just fizzy water.
Just fizzy water?
Yeah. And this fizzy water is being injected here into the injection well.
How far down does it go?
It actually reaches over a mile down.
A mile down?
Yeah.
The fizzy water is shot like a soda stream into Iceland's basaltic rock, where it reacts with the minerals and hardens to stone in less than 2 years.
So the fizzy water turns into this
Yes. So
in just a matter of years.
So you take this gas that you can't see, you turn it into fizzy water, and then it turns to stone, and you don't have to worry about it.
Turned into stone. It's quite amazing.
CarbFix didn't invent the process, nature did. But nature takes millennia. After years of experimenting in Iceland's grueling outdoor laboratory, CarbFix figured out how to speed things up. Aerospace engineer Carlos Hertel told us Orca was a milestone. Now the hard part starts, scaling up fast enough to slow climate change.
Whether we are taking the right direction will depend as much on societal things than on technical matters. Am I optimistic as an engineer? I am, absolutely. Am I optimistic as a citizen? Maybe half-half. I haven't made up my mind yet.
This goal can be reached technically. It's just whether we have the political and social will to do it.
I think that's the exact right way of looking at it.
There's been a stampede of investment. Microsoft, Airbus, insurance giant Swiss Re have poured in millions of dollars, but it's a stupefying challenge. Orca is built to take out the emissions of about 800 cars, or 4,000 tons of CO2 a year, a tiny fraction of the annual 10 billion tons scientists say we need to remove from the atmosphere.
It's the problem of our generation. It's like a moonshot. It's going.
Kalleri Hegelson is an astrophysicist with CarbFix. He told us studying space helped him to think big. We met him on a barren stretch of rock that could have been Mars, but Hegelson told us he saw potential.
We need big solutions. We need to return the carbon back to where it came from, which is the Earth.
Tell me what you're doing here.
This will be a first-of-a-kind carbon mineral storage terminal, which means that we are going to bring in CO2, transport it from industrial point sources in Europe, and ship it here and inject it for full mineral storage.
It will be the world's first industrial-scale underground disposal site for CO2, capable of handling 3 million tons a year. Hegelson sketched out a new world where tankers running on green methanol would transport carbon dioxide from European businesses to Iceland.
Is this going to happen fast enough to help us with climate change?
I don't know. To be perfectly honest, we are demonstrating the first mineral storage hub here at the megaton scale. Whether that will happen in time, that is not entirely up to us. That is up to politicians, governments, financiers, societies. And quite frankly, we are running out of time.
Direct air capture as it now exists is expensive and energy intensive. In Iceland, that energy is geothermal, renewable and green. That's not the case elsewhere. So governments in Europe and the US have dangled billions of dollars of tax breaks to encourage companies to take the plunge. But there's a bigger question than just who writes the check.
Do you fear that people will think, oh, well, we can now clean the air. We can just take the CO2 out of the air, so we can carry on with business as usual?
All the time. Yeah, but that's not how it works. We must stop the emissions and wean ourselves off of fossil fuels. That's what we need to do right now. On top of that, we also must take down the carbon that we've already put up in the atmosphere. Only then will we reach our climate goals. So carbon capture can never be an excuse for continuing business as usual.
But it's that business as usual that critics are warning against as direct air capture expands to the U.S. That's because here, oil companies are one of the technology's biggest boosters. They have been capturing CO2 to inject into oil wells for decades, not to bury it, but to flush out more oil. For Cowrie Hagelson of CarbFix and many others, that's a non-starter.
We don't see the need to work with the oil and gas sector.
Well, if the oil and gas industry could help with the financing of the direct air capture, why not team up with them?
We don't need them for direct air capture. And quite frankly, we don't want there to be an oil and gas industry in 40, 50 years.
There will still be an oil industry in 50 years. I have no doubt about that. I think our company, though, will be a different company by 2050.
That company is Occidental Petroleum, and Vicki Holub is CEO. She wants to turn Oxy into what she calls a carbon management company. It has set aside more than $1 billion to build what will be the world's largest direct air capture plant in Texas.
So this would represent the CO2 that's equivalent to taking 200,000 cars off the road.
Holub showed us the Texas version of how CO2 would be sucked out of the air.
These are air contact towers.
Some of the captured CO2 will be locked away underground, just as we saw in Iceland. Some will still be used to extract more oil. But Holub told us using carbon sucked out of the air means the new oil produced is what she calls carbon neutral. That was hard to wrap our heads around.
But you'll be using carbon that you're capturing and taking out of the air to produce more oil that will then generate more carbon.
But the oil will emit less carbon than the CO2 we've injected to get it. So we've put more, at least the equivalent, and sometimes more CO2 in the ground to get that oil than the oil will emit when used.
Holub told us producing oil this way is essential in the transition to a green economy. Airlines and ships, for example, would need to run on fossil fuels until a sustainable alternative is found. That could take years. Until then, Holub argues, using CO2 to get that oil helps keep a lid on emissions.
Your critics will say you can't trust an oil company talking about reducing CO2, that your mission here is tantamount to greenwashing.
I would first say that we would never spend $1.2 billion for greenwashing. So we've got a monumental task ahead of us. The way that the CO2 enhanced oil recovery process works is that we can reduce more out of the atmosphere than what our products will emit when used. And so if that's not a concept that people can get, then we will not have a chance to achieve what we need to achieve.
Holub told us she knows critics of big oil are suspicious and that many feel industry isn't moving fast enough to avoid a climate catastrophe. On that point, Holub doesn't disagree. She told us with the help of tax incentives, Occidental plans to build 130 more direct air capture plants by 2035.
We know how to make it happen. We know how to drill the wells. We know how to safely sequester it.
We were in Iceland and we were talking to some of the direct air capture companies, and to be blunt, they don't quite believe you.
We're going to walk the talk. That's the only way that does it. Words will never convince anybody. We need to get the direct air capture up and working. We need to make it better, make it more economical, and start having it developed all around the world.
The next decade will be critical if the direct air capture industry is to grow big enough to make an impact. Both CarbFix and Climeworks told us they will be expanding to the U.S. Neither plans to work with the American oil industry. The transition from fossil fuels to sustainable electric power has gone mainstream. most visibly in the auto industry. The major car companies are chasing Tesla with ambitious plans for fleets of electric vehicles. Those cars and trucks run on lithium batteries. The U.S. has massive quantities of lithium, but has been slow to invest in the mining and extraction of the metal. That's about to change. Lithium operations powered by clean energy are being developed in a long-neglected, impoverished part of California by the Salton Sea, not far from the Mexican border. The region is being called Lithium Valley, and just like the 1849 gold rush, companies are racing to strike it rich. East of San Diego and south of Palm Springs lies the Salton Sea, California's largest inland body of water. Spreading east from the sea is a giant, underground, mineral-rich geothermal field boiling with potassium, sodium, and lithium.
It is a world-class lithium resource.
This is.
When you hear estimates of how big this resource could be, it's usually measured on annual tons produced. And we're confident that this is in excess of 300,000 tons a year. Right now, that's way more than half of the world supply of lithium.
Eric Spomer is CEO of Energy Source Minerals, a company based by the Salton Sea in California's Imperial Valley. It's steaming ahead with plans to recover lithium using an existing electric plant powered by the vast underground geothermal field. We're moving into an era of green technology, especially with our cars. Where does this fit in?
Our more conservative projection would support 7.5 million electric vehicles a year, which is half of the total U.S. car sales, cars and trucks.
Coming from the Salton Sea area?
Correct.
What about this plant?
This plant will be 20,000 tons per year, which is equivalent to about 500,000 vehicles per year.
Once up and running, the tons of lithium generated here will be shipped, refined, and processed into millions of rechargeable electric car batteries.
Over 50% of our lineup and our retail sales will be from battery electric vehicles by the end of the decade.
Mark Stewart is head of Stellantis North America, a global car maker that owns some of America's best-known brands, including Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram trucks.
It really is, quote unquote, the industrial revolution, the next phase, right? This is the most interesting and exciting time to be a part of our industry.
Stellantis is investing $35 billion in an ambitious, historic transformation.
We're reimagining our factories and our assembly plants. They're already rolling our plug-in hybrids, as well as looking to 2 new battery joint ventures that are in full construction right now.
The new industrial revolution?
It absolutely is. It's really the biggest technological changes in our industry in nearly 100 years.
We were down in the Salton Sea region. They believe they can supply the lithium needs for all American car manufacturers.
Absolutely. That is the case.
Whatever they can produce, you guys will be buying it.
We for sure will take as much as we can get and as much as we have already secured early.
Lithium is key to powering electric cars. The dense metal helps make batteries rechargeable. There's a lot of it around, but extracting lithium is dirty business. Most comes from rock mines in Australia, or as powder evaporated from mineral ponds in South America. The U.S. has one lithium evaporation plant in Nevada. Energy Source plans to break ground on a clean billion-dollar facility here by the Salton Sea in the next few months. So the plant will fit in this spot right here.
Correct. That's
not a big. That's not a big footprint.
No.
What are these?
We call them the mud pots. And they are CO2 vents, hot CO2 with fluid that's bubbling to the surface.
So this is evidence of the heat and activity going on underground.
Correct.
The 600-degree geothermal brine that powers the region's electric plants comes from more than a mile beneath the earth. The boiling brine produces clean steam, which drives turbines to generate enough electricity to power 400,000 homes. In the past, the mineral-rich brine was simply returned to the earth. Now, EnergySource plans to extend the process and extract lithium from the brine before re-injecting it underground.
Our process in combination with this resource will be the cleanest, most efficient lithium process in the world.
And how long before the lithium processed here will be in commercial use in the U.S.?
In 2025.
A lot of the components that go into the batteries have been coming from, anywhere around the world, but America.
Why was that?
We have a lot of decent resources in North America. They've just been undeveloped.
David Deek worked for Tesla, traveling the world to find the best sources of lithium as it was building up production of its electric vehicles, or EVs. Tesla turned to the lithium-ion battery to power its cars, the same kind of rechargeable battery Sony first mass-produced for its camcorders.
There was a new market for consumer electronics, but the vast majority is for electric vehicles.
And that was pretty much triggered by Tesla?
Triggered by Tesla. Also, there's a lot of EV growth and EV demand and production in China. That's been a big part of the global lithium demand story. Come on in.
Deek is now EnergySource's Chief Development Officer and says he had a eureka moment when he saw its unique technology. At the company's lab, Deek showed us the mechanics in miniature. The full-size plant will be 100 times larger.
So what goes on inside this cylinder? Is it pellets, or what is the matrix?
Yeah, think of it as beads in a column, much like the activated carbon that you would find in a Brita filter. It works in a similar concept. A Brita filter will filter all impurities out of water.
Mm-hmm.
This sorbent is something that would only take in lithium and not absorb everything else.
The system takes just a few hours to turn this orange brine into this clear lithium solution, which will be dried into powder.
And this is what everybody's looking for.
That's what everyone wants.
Here by the Salton Sea, EnergySource is leading the race for lithium. Warren Buffett's BHE Renewables runs 10 geothermal power plants in the region. And there's another on the drawing board by an Australian company, Controlled Thermal Resources. Both ventures are moving to tap the promise bubbling under the earth. CEO Rod Caldwell told us Controlled Thermal Resources had been fine-tuning the process at this test facility for 90 days.
We're producing lithium from live brine here behind us. This is our optimization plant.
Based on what it learns here, Controlled Thermal Resources plans to build a new plant for recovering lithium, which costs about $4,000 a ton to extract and currently is selling for 6 times more. The noise is from the machines cooling 600-degree brine, rising from the well, releasing steam.
And this is a battery-grade product from Salton Sea brine.
This for you is eureka.
This is absolutely eureka, yes.
Rod Caldwell told us this bottle of clear lithium chloride is the purest product from this test facility so far.
This is the first time this has been in my hands. This happened last night, Bill, so I might take that home with me. That's about $10 worth of lithium right there, so...
You know it works.
We know it works.
The question here in the Salton Sea Basin is, will it work for everyone? This rich lithium resource lies beneath one of the poorest sections of California.
The Salton Sea was created when the Colorado River flooded the basin in 1905. But for the past 50 years, the main source of water has been chemical-laden agricultural runoff. And for decades now, the sea has been evaporating and shrinking. A once thriving tourist industry has been replaced by environmental decay, toxic dust, and economic hardship. And with unemployment in the region hovering around 16%, there's a lot riding on turning the Imperial Valley into Lithium Valley.
Governor Newsom called it, the Saudi Arabia of lithium. I think, it can change the landscape of the region.
Frank Ruiz, the Audubon Society's local program director, is fighting to include the community in that change. He was a commissioner on the state panel studying how the entire region can benefit from the potential underground. You're an environmentalist. How do you reconcile the industrialization of this area with saving the wildlife and the communities?
We need to learn how to balance the tables. The lithium industry can be really good, for these communities. It can provide better paid jobs. It can provide more job opportunities, especially for the younger folks. It can provide the revenues, to offset the challenges that we have here at the Salton Sea.
Geologists predict once the industry is fully operational, the lithium underground should last for generations before running out. Good news for Stellantis, which ran out of batteries for its plug-in hybrid Jeep Wrangler last year.
We sold out.
What happened?
If I could turn back my crystal ball, Bill, I would have secured a little more capacity for last year.
To prevent that from happening in the future, Mark Stewart and Stellantis have committed to buying lithium from controlled thermal resources at the Salton Sea, knowing it will be years before its product is commercially viable.
We secured a large supply from them over a 10-year period because we are very positive on their technology.
So is car maker General Motors, which has invested in controlled thermal resources. The Department of Energy and U.S. automakers are eager for domestic lithium. The companies were stung when the pandemic disrupted the worldwide supply chain, stalling shipments of microchips, parts, and batteries. Still today, 3/4 of all lithium batteries are processed in Asia.
Current lithium, what typically happens, right, it's mined in one spot, it's moved across the world for processing and comes back. Think of all that additional cost, think of all that additional carbon that's being used to do that, and at the end, someone pays for it, and that's a consumer.
So will having this domestic supply of lithium help keep the cost of electric vehicles down?
It will certainly help.
Prices for electric cars are coming down and are projected to be on par with gas vehicles within a few years, driven in part by the tax incentives in the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. Eric Spomer of Energy Source told us the tax benefits have also been a catalyst for developing domestic lithium.
We're starting to see big announcements of investments to create that domestic demand so it doesn't ever have to go across an ocean.
This seems like this is a game changer for American industry.
It's a competitive advantage. It's an opportunity that we can be a leader globally, and why not lead?
When Hurricane Dorian slammed into the northern Bahamas in 2019, the Category 5 storm caused nearly inestimable damage on a number of islands. There's a growing consensus among scientists that climate change is making hurricanes stronger and more destructive. That's very bad news for the Bahamas, a string of more than 700 low-lying islands stretching from Florida nearly down to Cuba, in the heart of what's come to be known as Hurricane Alley. When we visited in late 2019, hurricane recovery was really just beginning, but we discovered that the Bahamas had found a ray of hope, specifically a solar array that can survive future hurricanes. And in the process, it may have important lessons for the rest of the world. With sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, gusts above 200, and a storm surge well over 20 feet in some spots,
Please pray for us.
Hurricane Dorian wreaked unimaginable havoc on the Bahamian islands known as the Abacos.
There's not enough words in the dictionary to describe what Hopetown looked like after that storm.
Hopetown has been Vernon Malone's home for all of his 82 years. His family has lived here since 1785. He's the town baker and grocer, and he and his wife rode out the storm in his store. It survived, but their home just up the street did not.
The entrance went right in there.
Vernon's son, Brian, had a home just around the corner. Had a home. That pile of rubble we see there,
That's actually 2.5 houses. Mine's on the bottom.
Hopetown is a Bahamian landmark. Its candy-striped lighthouse dates to 1863 and is pictured on the country's $10 bill. The lighthouse stood up to Dorian, but as we saw coming into the harbor, not much else did. I hear generators everywhere. Is this how you guys are getting through?
Yep.
Brian Malone and Matt Winslow, an American who owns a vacation home on the island, told us why all those generators are still running.
The substation in Marsh Harbor, which feeds us the power, is destroyed. And then, of course, you can see all the utility poles are pretty much destroyed. So this isn't a case where you come in and replace some poles and you flick a switch. This is months and months and months of work.
Hopetown is on one of several small islands ravaged by Dorian, which then moved across 7 miles of open water to Marsh Harbor, the largest town in the Abacos. At least 60 people died in Marsh Harbor, and destruction is still everywhere. Total damage and loss from Dorian is estimated at $3.4 billion. When you see the extent of the destruction, where do you even begin? How do you even begin?
That's always the question. Where do we begin?
The Bahamian Prime Minister at the time, Hubert Minnis, and his aide, Viana Gardner, visited Marsh Harbor with us and pointed to a top priority, restoring electric power. How do you bring this back?
The power, we had to make determination to set up microgrids.
The microgrids Prime Minister Minnis is talking about are small-scale systems. More and more, they're solar arrays with battery storage for when the sun's not shining. They can either feed electricity into the larger grid or operate independently to power a single facility or a neighborhood. The way electricity has been produced in the Bahamas is with diesel-fueled generating stations on each inhabited island, about 30 in all, feeding power to everyone through overhead lines.
The main power plant for this island is literally 25 miles south of here. That's 25 miles of line that has to be rebuilt.
Chris Burgess and Justin Locke run the Islands Energy Program for an American nonprofit called the Rocky Mountain Institute. They have solar projects throughout Hurricane Alley. After Category 5 Maria hit Puerto Rico in 2017, they put microgrids on the roofs of 10 schools. Maria also brushed St. Vincent. This is its first microgrid. Now the island's energy program has come to Marsh Harbor. So how big will this solar array be?
15 acres, right through here.
That microgrid will satisfy 10% of Marsh Harbor's total power needs and will be built right between its government center and hospital. Both were without power for weeks after Dorian.
This is high ground, which makes it less vulnerable to storm surge or other types of disaster events.
So if a storm like Dorian hits again, the power to these 2 critical facilities stays on.
Correct.
The push to build storm-proof solar microgrids in the Bahamas began in 2017 after Hurricane Irma, another Category 5 storm, tore through tiny Ragged Island at the southern tip of the island chain.
After Ragged Island was devastated, I made a statement. Let us show the world what can be done. We may be small, but we can set an example to the world.
So it's your goal to make Ragged Island a green island?
Absolutely. Absolutely. After which we can expand it. We can expand it.
To see the Prime Minister's green experiment, we flew to Ragged Island with Whitney Hasty, CEO of government-owned utility Bahamas Power and Light. Engineer Burlington Strawn met us there and took us to what he calls the very first hurricane-proof solar microgrid being installed in the Bahamas.
Unlike other solar designs, it's very low to the ground. So this installation is rated to withstand 180-mile-an-hour winds.
Which is an even harder punch than Irma landed back in 2017.
There was significant devastation on this island. As you can see, some of the poles snapped right at the very base of the pole.
Snapped right at the base. Is that what happened all over the island?
That happened throughout the island.
This microgrid will produce enough electricity for Ragged Island's roughly 100 residents. The Prime Minister calls it a laboratory for the solar future. The past is a diesel generator needing boats to deliver fuel from hundreds of miles away, a system Whitney Hasty says is a nightmare.
In summer, we're almost on the verge of running out of fuel in some of these islands because bad weather sometimes prohibits the ships from actually getting to some of these locations.
The Bahamian government spends nearly $400 million a year on imported fuel to keep its power plants running and passes that cost along to its citizens. They pay 3 to 4 times what we pay on the mainland U.S.
Right. That's
for
correct.
electricity here?
Right, and that isn't price gouging. I mean, that's just inherent cost.
Everything costs more in the islands. The bill to install this new solar microgrid is $3 million. Hasty insists it's money well spent. So you have this initial big outlay to build these panels, but over time, the cost of generating power actually goes down.
Absolutely, absolutely. By using what God has blessed us with, which is the natural sun.
It's not a perfect solution on Ragged Island. Notably, the power from these panels will still feed into the vulnerable overhead power lines. The money's not there yet to bury them.
One of the first things that I think everyone can agree on is everything has to go underground.
Back in Hopetown, Matt Winslow says they have the funds to bury their lines. Americans with second homes here add a lot to the economy. Winslow's Family Foundation has donated nearly $1 million to rebuilding efforts. They already have a makeshift microgrid powering the fire station and health clinic, and Winslow has hired engineers to help plan a much bigger one on a nearby island.
It's possible that over in Great Abaco we could put, a solar array, 18 acres, and that goes, that power is piped through, preferably a new undersea cable to the island, and that could be a main source of our power.
That would be enough to power this island?
Absolutely.
The Bahamas' goal is to produce 30% of its energy from renewable sources by 2030. Justin Locke and Chris Burgess of the island's energy program believe the country can do even better.
The price of renewables have come down to the point where they're now very, very competitive with diesel, and in most cases, way cheaper than diesel.
The key game changer has been battery storage. Battery storage has decreased in cost over 60% over the last 5 years. And what battery storage does is it enables the sun to shine when the sun is not shining. Renewables make more sense here than anywhere else in the world.
And in the Caribbean, microgrids are starting to show their value. When earthquakes struck Puerto Rico in 2020, the entire island's big electric grid was shut down for days. But remember those solar microgrids installed at schools? They kept providing power. The lessons can really apply anywhere.
California has the same system architecture as here in the Caribbean, right? Fossil fuel, long transmission distribution lines, right? And you see that PG&E had to proactively shut off power to millions of people in order to prevent fire.
If there had been these microgrids, might it have been that PG&E would not have had to cut off power to
Correct.
Millions of consumers?
Correct.
Here in the Bahamas, there are still huge economic obstacles. Losses from Dorian equal nearly 30% of the country's entire annual GDP. You've got this incredible outlay to rebuild these islands that were devastated by Dorian. Can you afford to bring on a new form of electrical generation?
We cannot afford it. We recognize from day one that we cannot do it alone.
Just weeks after Dorian hit, then Prime Minister Minnis spoke at the United Nations. He emphasized that most of the Bahamas was not damaged and eager for tourists, lifeblood of the economy. Then he said that first world countries and their pollution are at least partly to blame for the threat of ever stronger hurricanes.
It is a threat which we cannot survive on our own. First world nations, and this is what I said at the UN, I said first world nations make the greatest contribution to climate change. They are the ones responsible for the changes that we see, the increase in velocity and ferocity of the hurricanes and the changes, typhoons that we see today. But we're the innocent victim. We're the ones that are being impacted by what you've created.
Minnis and leaders of other island nations have proposed that the U.S. and European countries contribute to an insurance fund. Think of it as a really rainy day fund to help rebuild from future storms.
That's what you say and what you said at the UN the first world nations should do.
Absolutely.
Are they doing it?
It's an ongoing discussion. It's an ongoing discussion.
Does this make the change to renewable energy that much more important, imperative, urgent for you here in the Bahamas?
It is, because even though our contribution to climate change is minimal, it's minuscule to compare with first world nation, but we still have a responsibility.
Since this story first aired in 2020, that microgrid we saw being installed on Ragged Island is now operating and supplying all the electricity the island needs. They haven't had to ship diesel fuel to run that old generator in many months, which is especially welcome news given that the price of fuel has skyrocketed. The Bahamas has a new government and new prime minister who says he's just as committed to solar power as his predecessor.
Last August, President Biden signed a sweeping climate bill into law, making wind power a priority, specifically offshore wind power. The goal is to capture the force of the wind in the open seas and convert it into power for 10 million American homes by 2030. We have a long way to go. There are only 7 offshore wind turbines off the coast of the United States, compared to nearly 6,000 in Europe. Critics say they're expensive to build and maintain, unpredictable, and ugly. We wanted to see for ourselves. Last October, we reported from the largest offshore wind farm in the world along the northeast coast of England and discovered the power of Grimsby. As you fly 200 miles north of London, along the coast, you can see the town of Grimsby below. 55 miles east of her port.
Morning, we are on our way to the Hornsey Wind Park, film crew on board.
You can't miss them. Elegant and a little eerie, white giants poking out of the North Sea like something out of a science fiction novel.
Inbound to the Hornsey Wind Park with 6 PLB.
This is the largest crop of offshore wind turbines in the world, known as the Hornsey Wind Farm. It is hypnotizing. More than 300 turbines spread across 335 square miles generate enough electricity to help power more than 2 million homes a day.
Beautiful day. Yeah, beautiful day.
To understand the power, size, and upkeep of this evolving technology, we geared up on land and traveled 90 minutes on the heaving North Sea with 24-year-old Bridie Salmon. Her job is to scale and service the turbines. My job, with the help of a little anti-nausea gum, was to simply hold down my lunch.
This is choppy out here. Yeah, it is. How are you feeling? I feel okay. It's more important, how do you feel? Yeah, I'm feeling good. Like I say, I'd like to think I've got my sea legs on. Yeah. So,
When your last name is Salmon, negotiating rough waters is sort of in your DNA. Bridie's great-grandfather worked on the Grimsby docks. Her dad owns this 100-year-old smoked fish shop in town. Bridie was bartending when she decided to apply to an apprentice program to be a turbine technician. She was one of 7 people selected from a pool of 500.
Should we have a look around here then, guys?
The apprentice program combines classroom instruction,
got a big drill bit on the bottom and it's spinning,
with hands-on work at sea. But we soon learned that Mother Nature is a temperamental teacher.
The weather here is ever-changing. Yeah, we're holding on for our dear lives. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the North Sea. It's not something we can control, so every day is different, and it can change like that. So it's just part and parcel of the job. Anything to get these things turning. This is the environment for wind turbines. It's got to be windy.
As we approached the turbines, we suddenly felt small.
You don't get a sense of how large things are until you're right up under this.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, so at the very top, the nacelle, all the way to the top of the blades is half the size of the Eiffel Tower, which is pretty massive. And because you've got nothing normal to compare it to, like a building, you just see these in the distance, and then you're here, and they're pretty bloody huge.
Translation, they're nearly 600 feet high with spinning fiberglass blades, roughly the length of the world's largest passenger jet. Each blade weighs almost 30 tons. The turbines are partially assembled on shore, then shipped out to sea, where each blade is attached with surgical precision to the top of the turbine. Every angle has to be perfect to generate maximum power. Once installed, keeping them spinning is critical. Offshore wind engineers say one revolution can power one home in the UK for 24 hours. And that's where Bridie comes in.
It's raining.
Yeah.
It's windy.
Yeah. Can't wait. Just another day in the office. All right.
In choppy waters, Captain Peter Broughton has to find the sweet spot, maintaining constant contact between the bow and base.
Traffic seemed to lions.
Some days the winds are so high and seas so rough, the job can't be done. On this day, success.
Right, I'll see you later.
Okay,
bye.
Be careful.
Bridie harnesses herself to a cable,
Happy?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
leaps to a ladder, and begins the climb rung by rung, 8 stories to the top.
Seawind Alliance, V1, radio check.
On a narrow platform hanging over the North Sea, she makes her rounds,
The lights are working.
carefully inspecting and servicing the turbine. A job not for the faint of heart.
I'm gonna pop this in here.
What was that like the first time you made that climb?
Oh, exhausting. Exhausting. Yeah, it was because you've got all your safety kit on as well, so you've probably got about 10 kilograms of harnesses and claws, and you've got to be clipped in, so you've got that friction of climbing.
I would imagine it would be kind of scary.
Yeah, really scary. I remember there was one day, it was super windy, so we were up there and the top of the tower is moving. So you've got the sea sickness, the motion sickness from the sea, and then the top of the tower is moving. So all day you're rocking, and it was cold and windy, and I remember coming back on shore, I was just rocking. I was like, I'm on land now, I don't need to rock, but it's pretty scary.
Benj Sykes says those kinds of extraordinary efforts are needed in extraordinary times. Sykes is the vice president of offshore wind at Ørsted, a Danish-based global energy supplier that runs the Hornsea wind farm.
You know, we have a cost of energy crisis in Europe and in Britain at the moment. That's driven by the pandemic, but also, of course, by the terrible situation in Ukraine. And all of that adds up to a real drive to find clean, cheap energy solutions.
About 6 years ago, Ørsted decided to sell off its oil and gas business and focus on renewable energies. Grimsby, a depressed fishing town, became the unlikely backdrop to Europe's clean energy movement.
Why here? Why Grimsby?
It's got a good port, and it's geographically really well located, physically, in terms of the water depth, in terms of the wind resource, and of course, places to connect to the national grid so that we can get that power to homes and businesses.
Long before Russia's invasion of Ukraine set off the energy crisis, the UK had a strategy to use 100% clean or renewable electricity by 2035.
When you talk about clean energy, you talk about solar, hydropower, biofuels. What makes offshore wind unique?
Offshore wind is really the only project in most countries where you can build it at the kind of power station scale that we need. If I think about the projects we're building here in the UK, that's almost 3 gigawatts, and that's broadly speaking the output of a nuclear power station. So we're talking large-scale infrastructure projects. Most of Europe is too populated to fit very, very large wind farms or solar farms, so that's why we've gone offshore.
One big criticism is costs. They're expensive to construct, to transmit, and to decommission. Is that cost passed on to consumers?
So that's simply wrong. Offshore wind power is one of the cheapest forms of electricity generation in the UK. We privately fund it together with investment partners that we bring in.
Privately you fund that?
Yeah, there's no public exposure to the costs of building offshore wind. And I think the thing that's made the most difference is the fact that we've had political consensus now for more than a decade, and that's given investors confidence to step in and put the big money on the table to get these projects away.
Gas and nuclear still make up a majority of the power supply flowing into UK homes and businesses. But this year, 14% of Britain's energy has come from offshore wind. Only China produces more offshore wind power than the UK. Here's how it works. Wind turns the blades around a shaft inside the turbine, which spins a generator. Energy then travels down, going 300 feet beneath the water surface to cables buried under the seabed, connecting to an offshore substation, then to a power station on land, where that electricity created out at sea is transferred into homes and businesses, inviting the question, what happens if the wind stops blowing?
Using satellites and other technology, we can predict extremely accurately how much we're going to generate over the next days, which enables those who operate the grid to make very clear plans about where's demand going, where's supply going. I mean, if I look at the turbines that we've got out in Hornsey, they're operating 98, 99% of the time.
This is Grimsby's second act. Through the 1950s to 1970, the town hosted the largest fishing fleet in the world, with 700 trawlers, awash in cash, and a port fit for a visit from the Queen.
Oh, it was absolutely brilliant. The camaraderie, because you can say nearly 100% of the population would be associated with the fishing industry in some way.
Dennis Avery and Bob Formby were part of the town's fishing tradition.
What was it like?
No, it's a tough job. It's work from sailing till you get back in the port again. Working in the winter around Iceland and them places was pretty severe. But it's the kind of job that I would do again tomorrow.
In those days, you had two choices. You worked on the docks or you went to sea. Decker navigator.
Avery captained this hulking steel fishing trawler, the Ross Tiger, for 8 years.
If you caught a good trip and you're steaming home back to Grimsby with a fish room full of fish, you know, it's a marvellous feeling.
That marvelous feeling ended when Iceland, Britain's neighbor to the north, began enforcing fishing restrictions in their cod-rich waters.
Fish to Grimsby may shrink to a trickle.
What did you see happen in town when that happened?
Gosh, it was a disaster, to be quite honest, because everybody was involved some way in fishing. Like taxi drivers, the pubs, the dress shops and places like that. They all suffered.
You know, once the fishing sort of went, it all sort of died a death.
Wind power has breathed new life into Grimsby. Offshore energy company Ørsted says it's created 600 jobs here and invested over $18 billion in local wind farms. But there are plenty of people who worry the environmental impact of the wind turbines hasn't been sufficiently studied. And others say the industry has not created the number of jobs they've promised. But the concern of these retired fishermen is more practical.
We're not seeing benefits.
Your electricity bill hasn't gone down?
No, it's gone up, if anything. When they said about them, how we're going to get cheap electricity and it's going to be, you know, green and everything, but I can't see any benefits, to be quite honest.
But has your electricity bill gone down?
Try double. It's doubled.
There are people who said, yeah, we've got all these turbines, but our electricity bill hasn't gone down a cent.
Yeah, I mean, it is a real challenge that. It's going to take time because we need to build more offshore wind.
So you think if there's more offshore wind, prices could go down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fearing the war in Ukraine could lead to blackouts last winter, the UK government announced more drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea. They will also speed up the time it takes for new offshore wind projects to get online. Ben Sykes told us that over the next 8 years, Ørsted plans to invest another $17 billion in wind farms and add more than 300 jobs in Grimsby.
You know, the fishing industry was fantastic for Grimsby. That era has passed. What we want to do is to be part of creating the next chapter of Grimsby's life and of the country's life as we build out.
A chapter Bridie Salmon is very much a part of.
So that's gone from Grimsby being the fishing town to the powerhouse of the north, which was an amazing transition.
Proud of it?
So proud of it. And to be a part of it, it's amazing.
A town's future and fortune once again tied to the sea.
Representatives from nearly every nation have met this week at an annual climate summit, searching for agreements on how to curb the rise of global temperatures. The summit is being held in the oil-rich United Arab Emirates, and that has dismayed activists who believe that the only way to really address the climate crisis is to walk away from fossil fuels. For the moment, at least, the world and the United States need both fossil fuels and renewable energy, and the best proof of that may be found in the state of Wyoming. It is the country's leading coal-producing state and very conservative politically, yet its Republican governor, Mark Gordon, is emerging as a leading voice promoting climate-friendly energy projects and action to address the climate crisis. Essentially, Mark Gordon is trying to prove that it is possible to be both red and green.
We needed to be aggressive, and we needed to really address this issue.
So you tell the people of Wyoming that climate change is real.
I do.
And that it's urgent. It's an urgent crisis.
I have said that. And I've gotten some pushback from that as well.
I bet you have. In September, we met Mark Gordon, who's in the middle of his second term as Wyoming's governor.
How are you, Ellington?
On the cattle ranch where he grew up.
This is my dad's old saddle.
His family still owns this ranch, and he and his wife also operate another about 40 miles away.
How did growing up here affect your worldview?
I think growing up here gave me an enormous appreciation for the world around us and the ecological processes and the weather. You just are exposed to it on a regular basis.
Mark Gordon is also a mountain climber who has seen glaciers receding due to a warming climate. He says that helped convince him to set a goal of making Wyoming not just carbon neutral when it comes to CO2 emissions, but eventually carbon negative. You first made this pledge of net negative CO2 emissions at a 2021 State of the State speech. How did that go over?
I think some people probably resented it. I think generally it's been well respected. It was, to some degree, a bold move and one that was intended to make a difference in that discussion about energy in the future.
After Gordon repeated his net negative emissions goal at an appearance at Harvard in October, Wyoming's Republican Party passed a vote of no confidence in him. But he says heat from the right won't deter him from pursuing what he calls an all-of-the-above energy policy.
Whatever you're going to do in energy, probably you're going to have something to do in Wyoming. We have tremendous wind resources. We have the largest reserves of uranium, important for nuclear energy. The largest coal producer, we're number 8 in oil, number 9 in natural gas. 83% of our energy is exported.
That will soon include nuclear power from a next-generation reactor to be built in Wyoming with a $500 million investment from Bill Gates. Huge wind farms already dot Wyoming's landscape, with the biggest one yet on the way.
Because the wind blows basically 24/7, 365 days a year.
Bill Miller is president of the Power Company of Wyoming, which is beginning to build what will be the largest wind farm in the continental United States, in the middle of a geographic break in the Continental Divide.
All the winds which blow from west to east pretty much are funneled through this part of the country.
Miller drove to the top of a place called Chokecherry Knob to give us a taste of the wind.
So when this is up and running, how many turbines will be out here?
Current plan calls for 600 turbines.
And how much energy will that generate?
So they'll generate around 12 million megawatt hours of power a year.
And that's enough to power how many homes?
Million two.
Wyoming doesn't have anything close to that many homes. It has the smallest population of any of the 50 states. So the plan is to build a new 800-mile-long transmission line to send that power to California, which needs and wants it.
What's this going to cost?
The wind farm will be something north of $5 billion. The transmission line will be something north of $3 billion capital investment.
That's a big investment.
Yes.
The project is bankrolled by billionaire Philip Anschutz, who owns the company Bill Miller runs, and who first made his fortune in oil.
Society has spoken. That's what this country is going to go to, is renewable energy. More importantly, it's a project that contributes to the zero carbon initiatives that we strongly believe in. It's going to happen, and this is the best place for it to happen.
At this past summer's windy groundbreaking ceremony for the transmission line, Bill Miller was joined not just by Republican Governor Mark Gordon,
We have a great future ahead of us.
but also by 2 members of President Biden's cabinet.
The way we've tried to navigate this is to find something for everyone. And I think that's
Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it is. Honestly, I think if people are going to embrace how we get to a carbon neutral, carbon negative future, it has to be by saying we're all going to be a little bit better by embracing innovation.
If a single picture can capture Wyoming's energy past, present, and future, this may be it. A fully loaded coal train passing in front of a huge wind farm. Remember, this state still produces more coal than any other by far.
The likelihood that we will truly, as a world, move away from fossil fuels is very low.
Holly Krutka runs the School of Energy Resources at the University of Wyoming. Before shifting to academia, she worked for Peabody, the largest coal company in America.
82% of our global energy consumption is fossil fuels.
82%.
82%. It has not changed.
Because of that stark fact, Krutka and her colleagues are focused on taking the CO2 out of fossil fuels like coal before it reaches the atmosphere, with a technology called carbon capture and storage.
There are carbon capture and storage projects in America working right now. There's just not enough. The capture side, we're there today.
You can do it now.
Right now, yes.
The technology is there, but is it economically feasible?
It will always be cheaper to do nothing than to add carbon capture and storage. If you want to reduce emissions, this is part of the solution. We have to decide, is it worth the cost?
At the huge Dry Fork coal-fired power plant near Gillette, the University of Wyoming is operating what it calls the Integrated Test Center. Some of the flue gas that would otherwise go up the smokestack is siphoned off into labs like this one, where the Japanese company Kawasaki is testing methods for making carbon capture more economical. Wells 10,000 feet deep have also been drilled to show that captured CO2 can be stored underground forever.
How big a deal would it be to find an affordable way to capture carbon at the point of admission, say in power plants around the world?
It would be a game changer for certain.
You know, there are a lot of naysayers who say that this is a pipe dream. It'll never happen. What do you say to them? How do you convince them?
Well, I say we're trying it. Then I know people will say, well, you're just trying to extend the life of the coal mines. I am. But I'm also trying to do that in a way that is going to do more for climate solutions than simply standing up a whole bunch of wind farms or sending up a whole bunch of solar is.
With his all-of-the-above approach, Mark Gordon is trying to put every kind of energy project on a fast track, including Bill Miller's huge wind farm.
How long did you think it was going to take when you started?
When I originally started, I thought we could probably get this entitled and under construction within 5 years.
And it's been 17? 17. Why so long?
Primarily the permitting process, the bureaucracy of the federal government.
You told me coming up here that the process was kind of like a nightmare.
It was difficult. Maybe nightmare is a little bit too strong, but it was a very difficult process.
So how important is it to reduce regulatory and permitting barriers?
I think it's massive. Permitting reform, I think, is one of our biggest challenges at a federal level. It is something that's being embraced by both sides.
Both the Biden administration and congressional Republicans have endorsed the idea of streamlining permitting for energy projects. Actually doing it is another story. In Wyoming, Governor Gordon has done what he can.
One thing I can share is that it's a state that's very welcoming to innovators in the energy space.
Cully Cavness is co-founder of a company called Crusoe Energy Systems. About 5 years ago, it decided to tackle the problem of flaring, when gas produced at oil wells is simply burned into the atmosphere.
If you could capture it all, it would power about 2/3 of Europe's electricity. It's a very large amount of waste.
And we're just burning it off.
We're burning it off because there's no pipeline there.
Cavness and his colleagues came up with the unconventional idea of putting a small electricity generating power plant right where that gas was being flared and wasted.
What we do is we tap into that gas line, we bring the gas over to a power generation system, and then that generates electricity, and we take that electricity directly into our on-site data center to power hundreds or thousands of computers, and then we network the computers to the outside world with fiber or satellite internet to get it off-site.
So you take a data center and just basically put it on top of the wellhead.
Exactly. It's a modern data center in every way when you're standing inside of it. And then you step out the door and you're in an oil field.
Crusoe Energy first used those electricity-gobbling data centers to mine Bitcoin. Now, most of that computer power is being used by artificial intelligence companies. The first place to let them try this in 2018 was Wyoming.
That's not necessarily an idea that everyone's going to embrace automatically right off the bat before it's been done before. Wyoming was. They invited us to come do it for the first time here. We did it at a small scale. We proved that it could work. And that helped us attract the funding and the other projects that have helped us scale to where we are today.
How many of these centers do you have up and running currently?
We're approaching 200 by the end of the year. We'll have about 200 of our modular data centers deployed throughout the United States and now internationally.
So how do you assess your environmental impact?
So today we're operating at a scale of more than 20 million cubic feet of gas per day that would have otherwise been flared and wasted. We're preventing that flaring. It's on the order of several 100,000 cars per year being taken off the road in terms of the avoided emissions impact.
Are you trying to send out a message to the rest of the country, maybe even the rest of the world? If you have a renewable or a climate-friendly idea, bring it here. Bring it to Wyoming.
Love to. We want to be part of this solution. There are some really remarkable things that if we stop talking about what we shouldn't do and start talking about what we can do and how we can embrace that future, and that's what we're dedicated to here in Wyoming.
There was a time when futurists were predicting that the advent of 3D printing was going to change our lives, that each of our houses would have a 3D printer to make whatever items we need. What virtually no one predicted, though, was that there might soon be 3D printers that could construct almost the entire house. But that's just what a 6-year-old Austin, Texas company called Icon is doing. 3D printing buildings. And if you believe Icon's mission-driven young founder, 3D printing could revolutionize how we build, help create affordable housing, even allow us to, wait for it, colonize the moon. Sound out of this world? Take a look. What you're watching is the building, actually the printing of a 4-bedroom home. On this construction site, there's no hammering or sawing, just a nozzle squirting out concrete, kind of like an oversized soft-serve ice cream dispenser, laying down the walls of a house one layer at a time. It's the brainchild of a 41-year-old Texan who's rarely without his cowboy hat, Jason Ballard. 3D printing a house.
Yes, ma'am.
People are going to hear that and say, no.
We're sitting inside one right now.
This house was printed.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
There you are.
look at this.
Welcome.
And so was this one. Does a concrete home printed by a robot have to look cold and industrial? Maybe not. I like the curved wall. Ballard gave us a peek at the first completed model home in what will soon be the world's first large community of 3D printed houses, 100 of them, part of a huge new development north of Austin. They'll start in the high $400,000 range. How exactly does 3D printing a house work? Well, it starts with this 1.5-ton sack of dry concrete powder, which gets mixed with water, sand, and additives, and is then pumped to the robotic printer.
Now you are looking at how we control the bead size.
Connor Jenkins, Icon's manager of construction here, explained that the printer completes one layer called a bead every 30 minutes, by which time it's hardened enough to be ready for the next bead. Steel is added every 10th layer for strength.
The amount of change you're making is
tiny.
It takes about 2 weeks to print the full 160 bead house. Jenkins gave me the controls, an iPad.
So look, Leslie, that's a little skinny. Will you press the +1 real quick?
Aren't you
Done.
worried?
You just increase the bead size incrementally.
I'd be worried if I were you.
But turns out the path is entirely pre-programmed. I couldn't mess it up if I tried.
Don't tell the people.
I think that's the most gorgeous bead I've ever seen. I think this will be the highest selling house.
For now, as Jason Ballard showed us, Icon is only 3D printing walls with cutouts for plumbing and electricity. Roofs, windows, and insulation are added the old-fashioned way by construction workers. He calls it a paradigm shift
It really is like a Wright brothers moment for airplanes. Like
in how we construct our housing.
But why do we need a big shift like that?
Because right now, it is too expensive. It falls over in a hurricane, it burns up in a fire, it gets eaten by termites. The way you try to make it affordable is you trim quality on materials, you trim quality on labor. The result is these cookie cutter developments. And this is not the world. We are not succeeding at something we have to get right. On top of that, it's an ecological disaster. And I would certainly say it is existentially urgent that we shelter ourselves without ruining the planet we have to live on. Fire-resistant, flood-resistant, wind.
Ballard showed us a sample of a 3D printed wall beside a conventionally built one.
You say it's faster, more efficient.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
What you've got, let's count the materials. Siding 1, moisture barrier 2, sheathing 3, stud 4, drywall 5, and then float tape and texture. You can count that either as 1 or 3. But you've got at least half a dozen novel steps that have to take place to deliver an American stick frame wall system. By comparison, we need a single material supply chain delivered by a robot.
Let's talk about waste.
Yes, ma'am.
Over here.
At the end of constructing a home with these materials, there are truckloads and truckloads of waste left over. These studs are going to have offcuts that go into a waste pile. Same with siding, same with drywall. All of
Whereas with 3D printing, he says, you only print what you need.
So in short, if an alien came down to planet Earth and saw these two ways of building and said, from first principles, which is better, the alien would go stronger, faster, termite resistant, fire resistant, by a mile, this is the best way to build.
Though old school construction workers may disagree. If Ballard sounds a little like a revved up salesman or a preacher, there's a reason for that. He grew up in East Texas, a studious, outdoorsy, spiritual kid, first in his family to graduate from college.
You were thinking about becoming an Episcopal priest.
Yeah, I was almost an Episcopal priest. But along the way, I started just getting this itch about housing not being right. So I studied conservation biology. I got involved in sustainable building, and I worked at the local homeless shelter. And so now I'm thinking about homelessness, and I'm working in sustainable building. Along the way, my hometown gets destroyed by a hurricane, and I have to go help my family pull drywall out of their house. I feel like life is just putting housing in front of me, right as I've been approved to go to seminary. And so I go to my bishop, the Bishop of Texas, Andy Doyle. He's still the Bishop of Texas. And I said, what do I do? And at the end, he said, Jason, I want you to pursue this housing thing. This is your priesthood. This is your vocation. And if it doesn't work out, the church has been here for a long time. We'll still be here.
But that must have turned the switch for you.
It did. It made it more than a hobby or a business. Rather, it sort of became a mission.
He began pursuing that mission with Evan Loomis, a buddy from Texas A&M who had gone into finance.
As we looked at it, like nobody had incorporated kind of the holy trinity of innovation to housing, which was robotics, advanced materials, and software.
So in a borrowed warehouse on nights and weekends, and having read everything they could find about the mechanics of 3D printing, they tried to design a 3D printer that could make a building. How big was it?
It was 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet. So it would have printed, if we had ever gotten it to work, which we did not, it would have printed like a 100 square foot like demonstration building.
They didn't get it to work, but enter Alex LaRue, a recent Baylor engineering graduate who was tinkering with a similar idea.
Did you ever actually build anything?
Yeah, I did.
What was it?
They printed shed. A shed doesn't sound too cool, but it was a big milestone.
It's a real structure.
Yeah.
The three co-founded Icon in 2017 and soon got funding to print a small house to unveil at Austin's South by Southwest Festival the following spring. They built a new, larger printer that worked.
And we got really excited.
Okay, Jason, where are we right now?
We are printing the world's first permitted 3D printed house.
But the kinks hadn't quite been worked out.
So at one point, we ran the printer into the print.
Explain that.
It's supposed to go up, and it went down, and then drove into the house, and like pushed a bunch of layers off.
Funny now, but not so much at the time.
Some engineers, folks who were like helping us, sat us down and said, guys, it's been a great effort, but you're not going to get there. So like, why don't you guys get some rest? And we were basically like, get out of here. Well, like,
it's true.
Anyone who wants to finish this home may stay. Everyone else needs to leave.
And the three of you all agreed on that.
Yeah.
We knew that we were onto something. And like this was like our shot, and we weren't going to miss it.
Alex.
They worked round the clock and made the festival deadline by just hours.
Hey, Ballard, any words for the victory lap?
Never, 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 never give up. I stand by those words. Yeah, sure. Never give up.
He showed us the 350 square foot finished house.
It's a small little house, but it's kind of elegant.
Well, that's not so bad. I mean, I think that's kind of how people felt about it. It was like better than they expected, and it was easy to believe, well, they'll get better.
That small little house won Icon a lot of attention, an innovation award, investors, meetings with the military, and with another Austin innovator, Alan Graham, who created a village called Community First that provides small homes to several hundred of the formerly homeless.
Our goal was really the most despised, outcast, lost, and forgotten of our community. Wow. Average time on the streets is 9 years. Average age of death is 59.
It's an absolute miracle out there. And so when we were ready to start building homes, one of the first organizations we reached out to was Alan Graham.
So Icon 3D printed a welcome center and then 6 small houses for village residents. That's how 73-year-old Tim Shea, who battled heroin addiction for decades, in 2020 became the first person in this country to live in a 3D printed home.
Before I saw these houses, in my mind, I thought, it must be cold. You're shaking because you don't think that.
No, it's just the opposite. You feel embraced or, enveloped.
People that live, that are in the economic strata of the men and women that we serve are going to be the last people on the planet that are going to benefit out of new technology. And he wanted to make sure that they were the first.
The first person in North America to live in a 3D printed house was homeless.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that something?
The years since have seen tremendous growth for Icon, a new factory to build more printers and improve the quality of its concrete, and a facility called Printland to experiment with new designs. Icon has printed small homes in rural Mexico, vehicle hide structures for the Marine Corps, huge barracks for the Army and Air Force,
and a deluxe showcase home featuring wavy walls and curves that would be prohibitively expensive if built traditionally, but not when programmed into a 3D printer. So in your minds, is your customer a homeless person or is your customer me?
There's a trick here, because what our heart wants to do is to serve the very poor. And it's often been like confusing for people to understand. It's like, I thought you guys were helping homelessness. Why are you building that fancy house?
Yeah.
I would resign if I was only allowed to build luxury homes. And we would go bankrupt right now if all we built was 3% margin homes for homeless people. But once this technology arrives in its full force, I think it fundamentally transforms the way we build.
And not just on the Earth, 3D printing on the moon when we come back.
It has been a staple of science fiction forever, humans living and working on the moon. But for NASA, that dream is almost within reach. Their new Artemis program plans to return American astronauts to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. This time, not just to visit, but eventually to stay, and even use the moon as a base for exploring Mars and beyond. But staying on the moon requires infrastructure, landing pads, roads, housing. And you can't exactly bring 2x4s and sheetrock on a spacecraft. That's where 3D printing comes in. NASA is partnering with Jason Ballard's company, Icon, to pioneer 3D printing on the moon.
3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Artemis 1.
Last fall, NASA launched the first in a series of Artemis missions. The next, with crew on board, is scheduled for next fall. And by the end of the decade, an Icon printer is supposed to fly to the moon to test print part of a landing pad. Jason Ballard, who once applied to be an astronaut but was rejected, can't wait.
If the schedule holds or even approximately holds, the first object ever built on another world will be built with Icon hardware.
He wants Icon to be the first company to make something on another world.
So do we.
At Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, NASA scientists Jennifer Edmondson and Corky Clinton run a program called IMPACT, spelled MMPACT.
Moon to Mars Planetary Autonomous Construction Technologies.
Whoa, you people at NASA, you come up with these very, very long names.
That's why we call it Impact.
The key word there is autonomous.
We want to be able to make structures that we need without having to be tended by astronauts.
If you're going to have a truly sustainable presence on the lunar surface, you have to be as Earth independent as possible.
NASA was interested in 3D printing, having looked at an early version almost 20 years ago. So when they heard about the progress Icon had made with their first houses in Austin, Corky Clinton traveled there to take a look.
Being an engineer, I spent a lot of my time going around and looking at the size of the beads and how they went around the corners, and I'll tell you, I was really impressed with what they had accomplished.
Impressed enough that NASA gave Icon development money in 2020 and then last fall a $57 million contract.
Welcome to Space Lab, Lesley. This is where we figure out how to build on other worlds.
Ballard and Evan Jensen, who leads the project, explain the fundamental challenge.
To bring an object roughly this size from Earth to the moon's surface would be $1 million. And think of how many sort of brick-sized things we would need to do launch pad, landing pad, roads, habitats. So we have to learn to live off the land.
You have to learn to build it there and use
Correct.
the materials from there.
That's right.
But that's no easy feat. It means using what's called lunar regolith, which covers the moon's surface, rather than concrete and water as a building material.
Regolith is made up of rock that has been pummeled over billions of years from asteroids, comets, and things.
Is it like sand?
It's actually finer than sand.
Icon has a big tub full of simulated moon regolith, and they have invented and built a robotic system to 3D print with it. You're going to build all those roads and buildings out of this?
That's correct, the robots will. This is actually the mission that we are scheduled to fly.
As he pointed out in this rendering,
Our robotic arm with our laser system.
they've created a whole new way to 3D print with lasers. Instead of a nozzle squirting out soft concrete, a high-intensity laser beam will melt the powdery regolith to transform it into a hard, strong building material. They're running experiments now using the laser to create a small sample.
Once that red light is on, we're hot. Oh. Lots of power. Here we go. Here we go.
We watched on monitors as the arm got into position.
There's the laser.
Oh, that white thing's the laser.
So it's melting right now. It's going up to, say, 1,500 degrees Celsius. It's going to complete its second pass. You can see it emerging there. See the dark object on the screen? That's the object we just made with the laser.
They can add more regolith and laser again and again to build in layers to go as high as they want, which will be done remotely from Earth. It takes hours to cool, so they showed me a sample they'd made days earlier.
This is pretty darn hard.
That's our landing pad. You're holding it. Yeah.
I'm holding the landing pad.
That's exactly right.
It's pretty cool. That's a scientific term.
Icon sends them to NASA, where they're blasted with this special plasma torch.
The torch will be about 4,000 degrees.
To see if they can take the heat a landing pad would have to withstand.
Oh, there it is.
The torch is so bright, you have to watch on a monitor.
That was it.
A few minutes later, out it came.
Oh, it's just a little bit warm.
It looks good to me. I don't see any loss of material. I don't see any cratering.
It survived the test?
Passed the test with flying colors.
The next test will be operating the entire robotic arm and laser.
We'll put in a large-scale simulant bed
Inside NASA's giant thermal vacuum chamber, which mimics the moon's extreme cold, heat, and vacuum conditions.
This is sort of like a...
Ballard's idea is to eventually send mobile 3D printers to the moon.
So this moves the printer around.
With a longer robotic arm sticking out of the top to print whatever is needed.
And then they would build the road, and then they would build those habitats, right?
And it wouldn't stop there.
If we can do it on the moon, we can do it on Mars. The moon is actually harder.
It's harder?
Mars is almost in every way easier, except for it's so far away.
Easier, they agree, because for one thing, Mars doesn't have extreme temperature swings. Still, in my mind, it's science fiction, but in your minds, it's absolutely in the palm of your hand. It's going to happen.
We can see the steps in the technology to get us there.
Now that's thrilling.
It's exciting.
Quality can't go backwards in Block 4.
Icon says trying to 3D print on the moon and Mars is helping with their work here on Earth. They are formulating new mixes to reduce the carbon footprint of their concrete.
We think we'll be there by end of year.
And they're trying out more radical architecture.
Quite complex shapes and geometries. Almost looks like ripples on the surface of water.
Patterned walls.
It's very subtle.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it almost looks impossible.
And next year, as in these renderings, they'll be printing round hotel rooms in Marfa, Texas, and futuristic-looking designer homes.
You see a bedroom on that end with a shower and a bedroom here. And here's some renderings of the interior. Wow, right? It gets you going, doesn't it?
We're living at a time right now where a lot of CEOs have been caught overpromising, hyping, thinking of Theranos.
You're absolutely right. And it's a tougher thing than you know, because part of the job is to get your investors, get your team, and in our case, the world, to believe the things you are saying. Except the things you are saying don't exist yet. You need to get them to believe. So it's hard to know. Like even in this interview, I actually haven't yet told you all the things I believe we're going to do, because I'm like measuring myself.
Give us one example. Something wild.
I mean, in the future, I think most buildings will be designed by AI, most projects will be run by software, and almost everything will be built by robots. And I don't think that's that far away.
I, at my age, find that very depressing. But I'm sure young people don't.
That world, housing will be more abundant, more affordable, more beautiful. It will make this version of housing look depressing by example.
You know that expression, if it seems too good to be true, it is?
Or, I do know that expression, but cars and airplanes and moon landings seem too good to be true for a moment as well. And so, like, maybe the only proof I can give you is, like, I'm betting my life on it. Like, I have this one precious life to live, and I'm using it to do this. And if I could think of a better way, I'd be doing that instead. Or I'd go fishing. Like, it's just so hard.
And you like fishing.
I love fishing.
We don't often think about how the sense of touch makes our lives possible. We grip a paper coffee cup with perfect force to hold it, but not crush it. Our feet always find the floor. But for people with artificial limbs or those with spinal injuries, the loss of touch can put the world beyond their grasp. 17 years ago, the Defense Department launched a $100 million project to revolutionize prosthetic limbs. The robotics you're about to see is amazing, but as we first reported earlier this year, even more remarkable is how the feeling of feeling is returning to people like Brandon Prestwood.
For me, it's a battle if I wanted to live or die.
You weren't sure you wanted to live?
No. I didn't know if I wanted to or not.
Brandon Prestwood's battle began with the loss of his left hand. In 2012, he was on a maintenance crew reassembling an industrial conveyor belt when someone turned it on.
My arm was dragged in pretty much up to the shoulder. It crushed my bones in my arm and fed my arm through a gap about 1 inch.
How did they save your life?
The other maintenance guys jumped in. They started basically taking the machine back apart. Once we got it back apart, I could look in and see what was there, and one of the gentlemen was a Vietnam veteran.
And the Vietnam veteran knew what to do?
Yeah.
The Vietnam veteran knew tourniquets, but Prestwood lost his hand and couldn't return to his job.
Go eat this.
Yeah, that sounds good.
After 4 years with a hook, he told his wife Amy he wanted to volunteer for experimental research involving surgery at the VA.
I was not 100% on board to start with, but I knew he had his mind set that he had to do this, and I couldn't hold him back.
6 years later, thanks to Defense Department and VA projects, Prestwood controls this hand with nothing but his thoughts.
Everything still feel good?
Probably when I get her turned around here.
Electrodes implanted in muscles in his arm pick up his brain's electrical signals for movement. A computer translates those signals to the hand.
How about the middle finger now?
Sensors in the plastic fingers are connected to nerves in his arm to return a basic sense of touch.
Close your eyes, tell me when you're feeling each of these.
Which he can demonstrate with his eyes closed.
Pinky. Index.
That's not bad.
Middle.
Still requires a little bit, but it's not bad.
Biomedical engineer Dustin Tyler leads this research at Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland VA.
Touch is about connection. It's connection to the world, it's about connection to others, and it's connection to yourself, right? I mean, we never experience not having touch. It's the largest sensory organ on our body. All right, so go ahead.
Tyler first attempted an artificial connection in 2012. He switched it on in a volunteer and wondered what would happen.
So I was concerned, would it be his whole hand? Would it be painful? Would it not feel anything? We had no idea. So one of those big moments in my career was he came in, we first turned on the stimulus, and he kind of stopped for a second, and he goes, "That's my thumb. That's the tip of my thumb."
this happened right away. It didn't require any training of the brain.
No, that was the beauty of it. My thumb.
Brandon Presswood remembers the instant it happened to him.
That's my fingers. I'm feeling my fingers that I don't have anymore. I'm feeling them.
A definite feeling, he told us, but different.
It doesn't feel exactly like my right hand. It's a tingling sensation. It's not painful. It's kind of like if your hand's been to sleep, right at the end, right before it wakes up, for me, it's pleasant. It's a pleasant tingling.
Let's see if you can do it on Cherry here.
A tingling that's light with a light touch, but grows stronger the harder he presses. Eyes closed, he can pinch a cherry firmly enough to pull it from its stem, but not crush it.
You can feel this is light.
I had to use my lightest touch. So if I hold this right here with an empty eggshell.
I can feel that. I feel it here and here.
It's a feeling more than a decade in the making. At the beginning of this research, how did you even imagine that this would be possible?
I didn't imagine. I imagined that it was not going to be possible.
Sleeman Benzmaya at the University of Chicago is among the world's leading experts on the neuroscience of touch. In 2008, he joined the Defense Department's project to revolutionize prosthetics, but he didn't think the Pentagon knew what it was up against.
There are 100 billion neurons in the brain, interconnected with 100 trillion synapses. I mean, the human brain is like the most complex system in the known universe.
Too complex, he believed, to target electrical stimulation to exactly the right neurons.
And when we electrically stimulate, we activate hundreds, thousands of them at the same time in ways that would never happen naturally. It just seemed like that very impoverished interface with this nervous system would never be able to do anything useful. And it turns out I was wrong.
He was proved wrong by his own research.
How you doing, Scott? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Scott. With volunteers including Scott Embry. And you can feel that.
I feel it on my fingertips.
Whose movement and sense of touch are limited by a spinal injury from a car accident. Computer ports in Embry's skull are wired to the motor and sensory parts of his brain. Electrodes pick up the brain's electrical signals that were intended for the muscles. A computer translates those signals to the robot arm. We first saw this brain-machine interface 10 years ago at the University of Pittsburgh, but back then there was no sensation.
Index finger?
In collaboration with Pitt, neuroscientist Sleeman Benzmaya showed that signals for touch could be returned to the brain. How can you possibly know what part of the brain is the tip of the index finger?
We took Scott and we put him in a functional magnetic resonance imaging scanner. And then we had him imagine moving his thumb, imagine moving his index, imagine moving his digits as we monitored his brain activity. And lo and behold, the sensory and motor parts of the brain that are involved in the hand lit up.
Middle, ring, index.
There are challenges. Eventually, the brain builds scar tissue at the implants, limiting the motor electrodes. But one patient's implants have lasted 8 years and counting. Scott Embry's have been working more than 2 years. You have been a subject of this work for years now.
Yes, sir.
And I wonder why.
I wanted to have someone else have the opportunity to become independent again.
The most meaningful work of your life.
Yes, sir. 100%.
The greatest independence might be no prosthetic at all. And we saw this astounding possibility with a pioneer, Austin Beggin. His brain impulses are rooted not to a robot, but to implants in his own arm that fire his muscles. What function did you have in this hand before the implants?
Oh, absolutely none.
Nothing. You couldn't move it at all.
Now, so the only thing I can do really is shrug my shoulders and kind of shift them. Unfortunately, that was all that came back after my accident.
His accident was on a vacation celebrating his college graduation. Diving into a submerged sandbar left him quadriplegic. Now, motor and sensory impulses flow through the ports in Bagan's skull and a computer, bypassing his damaged spine.
Relax, close.
The research is led by Bolu Ajiboye, a biomedical engineer at Case Western Reserve University.
Our goal is to restore complete functionality of the upper arm, including dexterous hand function and the ability to reach out, so that Austin and others who have suffered severe spinal cord injury can regain some level of functional independence.
Bring my arm forward.
The cradle under his arm only supports the weight. All of the motion is his own. It takes effort. He has to concentrate.
A little bit quicker. Open hand, relax hand, close hand, relax hand, open hand, relax hand.
And the computer needs frequent adjustment.
How'd that feel?
Good.
Good.
But his parents, Shelley and Brad, showed us where this could lead.
Carrot, or would you like to have a nice granola bar?
I'll take the granola bar.
Yeah, I figured.
Began retained limited feeling after his injury, which makes him ideal for evaluating the artificial sense of touch.
Point your finger. So if I can extend first.
His motor skills,
let me open my hand for you.
Continue to grow.
And squeeze around it. You'll feel me really start to dig in right there.
You got a grip.
Yeah, it really is. I'm let go, yeah. And I'll bring the arm back up.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing advances are coming quickly. Danny Werner lost his foot in Vietnam.
It's on.
But 47 years later, he was reconnected to touch in an artificial foot.
And you feel that on your toes?
Yep.
Which helps him balance, climb stairs, and walk on uneven ground. Brandon Prestwood's next device will replace some wiring with Bluetooth connections.
Especially the thumb. Thumb's spot on.
The cost of his experimental rig and surgery is estimated at roughly $200,000. But an eventual commercial system may cost significantly less, while delivering moments that are priceless.
What did that mean to you, to feel Amy's hand in yours?
The world. I was a whole person again. I didn't have to worry about those dark thoughts creeping back in.
It's just giving me back my husband, who means the world to me. He's his self again.
Himself, because the feeling of feeling is so much of what makes us human. Maybe that's why, when we see a tender moment, it is said to be touching.
I love you.
With a new strain of COVID on the rise and flu season just getting started, we thought now would be a good time to consider what the pandemic has taught us about preventing the spread of potentially deadly respiratory infections. It turns out viruses like the one that causes COVID-19 can travel through the air much farther than 6 feet. So public health advice focusing on social distancing, hand washing, and masking wasn't enough. Air quality scientists say from the start of the pandemic, it also should have focused on improving the air we all breathe indoors. Now, some companies are doing just that for the health of their workers and the health of their bottom line.
The original sin of the pandemic was the failure to recognize airborne transmission.
Professor Joe Allen of Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health believes the rapid spread of COVID in early 2020 was preventable.
Think about the public health gains we've made over the past 100 years. We've made improvements to water quality, outdoor air pollution, our food safety. We've made improvements to sanitation, absolute basics of public health. Where has indoor air been in that conversation? It's totally forgotten about. And the pandemic showed what a glaring mistake that was.
What do you think was lost because of that lag in understanding of how this was spread?
Tens of thousands of lives in the US, many more globally. Not an exaggeration.
It's also no exaggeration to say those early days of COVID were unforgettable. In the US, by March 2020, the virus began taking its toll in places like the Life Care Center nursing home in Kirkland, Washington. 60 miles away in Mount Vernon, Washington, the Skagit Valley Chorale held one of its weekly rehearsals in a church. Half the members stayed away, but the other half showed up. Among them were board members Debbie Amos, Mark and Ruth Backlund, and Koisi Bettinger.
We just thought hand sanitizer, wash your hands a lot, don't hug each other because that's touch.
None of it was good enough. Within a few days, chorale members began to get sick. In all, COVID hit 53 of the 61 people there that night. 2 of them, both in their 80s, died.
We were going, this has got to be spread some other way because we were good. We were good.
So COVID was percolating, and you thought you were doing everything you were supposed to do.
Yes.
Right.
Skagit County health officials said the rehearsal could be considered a super-spreading event, one of the earliest in the country, and concluded that choir members had an intense and prolonged exposure to surfaces, droplets, and possibly even microscopic airborne particles called aerosols containing the virus. That caught the attention of Lindsay Marr, a Virginia Tech University professor specializing in aerosol science, and several of her fellow researchers. Even though the medical community was focused on droplets, surfaces, and hand washing, these researchers strongly believed COVID was mostly an airborne disease, but needed more proof. So they launched their own analysis.
I thought, wow, this is even worse than I thought. This has to be airborne. There's really no other explanation for it. Some people are going to say, oh, they all touch the same doorknob, but after the first few people touch that doorknob, there's no more virus left. That's what happens with our exhaled breath. Now,
Professor Marr used a portable fogger to help explain how so many choir members could have gotten sick.
When they're singing, they are releasing virus particles into the air constantly, probably, like this. And those are going to drift around in the room. Notice they're not just falling to the ground. And now, as we continue to sing, there's more and more of them in the room. And you can see as they're drifting around, they're reaching these other people nearby. And they were there for 2.5 hours. And you can imagine that after that amount of time, the other people would have breathed in enough of them to get sick themselves.
Especially if at night the HVAC system was turned off.
As far as we know, it wasn't running, and so there was very poor ventilation in that room when this was all happening.
An HVAC unit, short for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, is the heart and lungs of any building. The researchers suspected the thermostat most likely shut off the HVAC unit because the chorale members were generating enough heat on their own.
And right now, there's no ventilation.
Very, very low.
Okay.
And actually, it's similar to what was in the church where the group was rehearsing.
Then, Professor Marr turned up the circulation to show us how better airflow could have helped remove aerosols and slow the spread of virus.
Instead of just drifting all over the room, you can actually see it, right, going up through there.
I sure can. That is dramatic to see that.
The analysis led to one of the most significant papers on the importance of ventilation published during the pandemic. Then, last year, a study in Italy went further. It found that by using a school's fans and air ducts to mechanically exchange indoor air with outdoor air 5 times an hour, the risk of COVID-19 infections decreased by at least 80%. But in the U.S., it took until this past May for the CDC to recommend an air exchange rate at all.
If you look at the way we design and operate buildings, and I mean offices, schools, local coffee shop, we haven't designed for health. We have bare minimum standards. In schools, the minimum air change by design is about 3 air changes per hour. And remember, we want at least 4 to 6.
If we'd had these indoor air quality targets before the pandemic, how do you think the pandemic would have unfolded differently?
We still would have had spread, This isn't an end the pandemic thing. We would have had a lot less of it, and we've had a lot less of these super spreading events. Think about the early days of the pandemic with flatten the curve, stay home. Why wasn't improved indoor air quality part of flatten the curve? We had tools to protect ourselves. Masking, great tool. It's a filter. But we ignored the building side of this.
So, Aaron. Buildings are Alan's business. As the founder of Harvard's Healthy Buildings program, he diagnoses problems in air quality systems and comes up with solutions for clients that include CBS's parent company, Paramount, and commercial real estate companies like Beacon Capital Partners, with buildings like this one in downtown Boston. And he advised Amazon before these new 22-story towers opened last May in Arlington, Virginia, where he gave us a tour.
What does a state-of-the-art building look like in terms of air?
Well, you see a lot of the elements in this building. You have a dedicated outdoor air system that's delivering air above the minimum requirements. Then it's going through 2 MERV 13 filter banks, and you have highly filtered air.
MERV stands for Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value. A rating of 13 means it catches up to 90% of airborne particles, depending on their size, as the first line of defense, not just against COVID, but other airborne respiratory viruses like flu and RSV.
This is the part of the building nobody ever sees, but this determines whether or not you're healthy or sick in the building. Really, what happens in this space. You can just see the filters on the right here.
At Amazon's new offices, the top floor is a maze of motors, pipes, and air ducts.
This is the air intake.
Part of a $2.5 million HVAC system that begins with massive rooftop vents and dampers.
Right here, this is the whole air handling system. This is where the air comes into the building. It's filtered, it's cooled, and then delivered. This determines how much air actually reaches the office space where people are working and how clean that air is.
Downstairs, each floor has a sensor that tells building engineers about the quality of the indoor air, such as levels of carbon dioxide, known as CO2.
We breathe out the carbon dioxide.
That's right.
The less carbon dioxide, the better the ventilation.
Really straightforward. High carbon dioxide means you're not getting enough outdoor air from that system we just looked at. If it's low, you're in good shape. Then we also measure particles. That tells us things about like outdoor air pollution.
The entire system can be monitored and controlled from the basement.
Remember we talked about carbon dioxide as an indicator for ventilation? Well, I can see in this building, all of these are under 800 parts per million.
So that's good.
That's great and really important. If a lot of people went into a space, the CO2 level would rise, this system would recognize it, the dampers would open up and bring in a lot more outdoor air.
Katie Hughes, Amazon's Director of Health and Safety, pointed to the waves of wildfire smoke that have swept down from Canada as the ultimate test of the indoor air quality system.
Not too long ago, Washington and Virginia were sort of smothered by this smoke coming down from Canada. What happened in this building?
You would expect the air quality within the facility to not be great. Our buildings were performing very well.
Hughes says Amazon has been updating many of its HVAC systems, including in its warehouses. A recent survey of facility managers in the US and Canada found that since March 2020, roughly 2/3 of respondents have upgraded their MERV filters and increased their air exchange rates. In New York City, JP Morgan Chase says its new headquarters will have state-of-the-art air quality controls. And this new skyscraper, called One Vanderbilt, already runs a modern HVAC system.
COVID shifted everybody's mindset in terms of air quality, in terms of communicable or infectious diseases.
Are you finding that Amazon is making a business decision, partially, by saying, look, it's okay for you to come back to work because we're telling you that the air inside this building is safe?
I think it's one of many reasons why we expect or would like people back in the office. That is a good thing to have. It's probably one of many things.
A well-operating HVAC system is not only good for the health of employees, it can be good for the health of companies too, especially with people working remotely, leaving many commercial building owners looking for tenants.
There's empty office space in New York City and elsewhere. How do you think this new thinking might affect that in terms of people even wanting to come to work?
The dynamic has changed. It's a total buyer's or tenant's market. All else equal, which building are you going to go to? You have your choice right now. This building that put in healthy building controls, or this building that's designed the way we've always designed buildings and is prone to being a sick building.
So it actually can help the bottom line, in addition to, of course, improving health.
Yeah.
What about retrofitting a building that's old?
I think it's a misconception that old buildings can't be healthy buildings. Some of these fixes don't take much. Improving the level of filtration, that's easy, it's cheap, protects against COVID-19, influenza, also protects against wildfire smoke and outdoor air pollution, protects against allergens. Simple, absolute basic things that can be done.
The Skagit Valley Chorale rehearsals are now in a different church with a new HVAC system. Doors stay open to bring in fresh air, regardless of the season. And there are even portable carbon dioxide monitors to track ventilation.
We've been through a traumatic experience, and we've tried to learn from that and did help the science with the aerosol study. And now we're moving on in a way that we can still sing, but in a more safe manner.
Do you worry that when the spotlight of the pandemic starts to fade, that people will forget and that they won't act the way they should in terms of buildings?
I'm a bit more optimistic than that. I think there are fundamental shifts that have happened. The scientific and medical literature is being rewritten. The government and standard-setting bodies are setting new health-based standards. Businesses are responding and won't forget what this meant to their employees' health and their business. So I don't think we're going to forget these lessons. We better not.
This year marks the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II and the liberation of concentration camps across Europe. Most of the survivors who remain are now in their 80s and 90s. So soon there will be no one left who experienced the horrors of the Holocaust firsthand. No one to answer questions or bear witness to future generations. But as we first reported earlier this year, a new and dramatic effort is underway to change that by harnessing the technologies of the present and the future to keep alive the ability to talk to and get answers from the past.
Hi, Aaron.
Hello.
Can I ask you some questions?
You can ask me anything you want, within reason.
Our interview with Holocaust survivor Aaron Elster, who spent 2 years of his childhood hidden in a neighbor's attic, was unlike any interview we have ever done.
Aaron, tell us what your parents did before the war.
They owned and operated a butcher shop.
It wasn't the content of the interview that was so unusual.
Where did you live?
I was born in a small town in Poland called Sokow, Podlaski.
It's the fact that this interview was with a man who was no longer alive. Aaron Elster died 2 years ago.
What's the weather like today?
I'm actually recording. I cannot answer that question.
The survivors were getting very old.
Heather Mayo came up with the idea for this project. She had worked on exhibits featuring Holocaust survivors for years and wanted future generations to have the same opportunity to interact with them as she'd had.
I wanted to talk to a Holocaust survivor like I would today, with that person sitting right in front of me, and we were having a conversation.
She knew that back in the 90s. After making the film Schindler's List, Steven Spielberg created a foundation named for the Hebrew word for the Holocaust, Shoah.
Come on ahead and sit on down.
To film and collect testimonies from as many survivors as possible.
You're rolling?
They have interviewed nearly 55,000 of them so far and have stored them at the University of Southern California. But Mayo dreamed of something more dynamic, being able to actively converse with survivors after they're gone. And she figured in the age of artificial intelligence tools like Siri and Alexa, the technology had to be creatable.
I've been involved in interviewing Holocaust survivors for over 20 years.
She brought the idea to Stephen Smith, executive director of the USC Shoah Foundation, and now her husband. He loved it, but some of his colleagues weren't so sure.
One of them looked at me. She was like, You want to talk to dead people?
And you said yes, because that's the point.
That's the point.
Well, maybe people thought you're turning the Holocaust into something maybe hokey.
Yeah. They said that you're going to Disneyfy, you're going to Disneyfy the Holocaust.
We had a lot of pushback on this project. Is it the right thing to do? What about the well-being of the survivors? Are we trying to keep them alive beyond their death? Everyone had questions except for one group of people, the survivors themselves, who said, where do I sign up? I would like to participate in this project. No barriers to entry.
Actually, I did both.
The first survivor they signed up to do a trial run was a man named Pinkas Guter, who was born in Poland and deported to the Majdanek concentration camp with his parents and twin sister Sabina at the age of 11. He's the only one who survived. They flew Pinkas from his home in Toronto to Los Angeles and asked him to sit inside this.
So you're in this dome?
Yeah, I call it a sphere, they call it a dome, and then eventually it was called a bubble.
A bubble surrounding him with lights and more than 20 cameras.
What's our f-stop?
The goal was to future-proof the interviews so that as technology advances and 3D hologram-like projection becomes the norm, they'll have all the necessary angles.
So the very first day we went to film Pinkas, we had these ultra high-speed cameras that were all linked together and synced together to make this video of him. So we sit down and they press record, nothing happens. So Pinkas is sitting there with 6,000 LED lights on him and cameras that don't work.
Can I go back to sleep now?
Sunglasses shielded his eyes.
When are we going to start? I was bored sitting in that chair, so I started singing to myself. So suddenly Stephen had this idea. Oh, he's singing. We're going to record some songs of his.
He was such a good sport.
He was a really good sport.
Eventually, the cameras rolled, and Pinkas was asked to come back to the bubble for the real thing.
How long were you in that chair?
A whole week from 9 to 5.
A week?
We were there with breaks for lunch, but I was there from 9 to 5 answering questions.
Oh my gosh.
It took so long because they asked him nearly 2,000 questions. The idea was to cover every conceivable question anyone might ever want to ask him.
Did you have to look exactly the same?
I had to wear the same clothes, and I had 3 pairs of the same jackets, the same shirts, the same trousers, the same shoes. Every morning,
Pinkas can now be seen in those shirts, trousers, and shoes at Holocaust museums in Dallas, Indiana, and here at the Illinois Holocaust Museum in Skokie outside Chicago, where visitors can ask him their own questions.
What kept you going, or what gave you hope while you were experiencing hardship in the camps?
We did hope that the Nazis would lose the war.
Pinkas's image is projected onto an 11-foot-high screen.
What we see here...
Smith joined us to explain how the technology works.
So what's happening is all of the answers to the questions that Pinkas gave go into a database. Then when you ask a question, the algorithm is looking through all of the database. Do I have an answer to that? And then it'll bring back what it thinks is the closest answer to your question.
I'm going to try talking to Pinkas.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Did you have a happy childhood?
I had a very happy childhood. My parents were winemakers. My father started teaching me to become a winemaker when I was 3.5 years old. And by the age of 5, I could already read and I could already write.
Wow, you're very smart.
Thank you.
I've noticed there's a little jiggle right before Pinkas starts to talk. What is that?
What you're seeing here isn't a human being. It's video clips that are being butted up to each other and played. And as it searches and brings the clip in, you're seeing a little bit of a jump cut.
The jump cuts stopped being distracting once we started talking about the fate of Pinkas's family.
Tell us what happened when you got to the camp.
As soon as we arrived there, we were being separated into different groups. And my sister was somehow pushed towards the children. And I saw her, she must have spotted my mother. So she ran towards my mother, I saw my mother, and she hugged her. And since that time, all I can remember whenever I think of my sister is her long, big, long, blonde braid.
That was the last time he saw his twin sister, Sabina. He learned later that day that she and both his parents had been killed in the gas chambers. Pincus was alone at age 11, put to work as a slave laborer.
Did you ever see anybody killed?
Unfortunately, I saw many people die in front of my eyes.
I wasn't sure how a recording would handle what I wanted to ask Pincus next.
How can you still have faith in God?
How can you possibly not believe in God?
Well, how did he let this happen?
God gave human beings the knowledge of right and wrong, and he allowed them to do what they wished on this earth, to find their own way. To my mind, when God sees what human beings are up to, especially things like genocide, he weeps.
Wow. Stephen, I could ask him questions for 10 hours. And on the screen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Since Pincus Gooter was filmed, the Shoah Foundation has recorded interviews with 21 more Holocaust survivors, each for a full week. And they've shrunk the setup required so they can take a mobile rig on the road to record survivors close to where they live. They've deliberately chosen interview subjects with all different wartime experiences. Survivors of Auschwitz, hidden children, and as we saw last fall in New Jersey,
Gonna hook me up again.
Yep. 93-year-old Alan Moskin, who isn't a Holocaust survivor. He was a liberator.
Entering that camp was the most horrific sight I've ever seen or ever hope to see the rest of my life.
Moskin was an 18-year-old private when his army unit liberated a little-known concentration camp called Gunskirchen.
There was a pile of skeleton-like bodies on the left. There was another pile of skeleton-like bodies on the right. Those poor souls, that's the term my lieutenant kept screaming, "Oh my God, you look at these poor souls."
Each of Alan Moskin's answers is then isolated by a team of researchers at the Shoah Foundation office.
I remember the expression and the attitude of all of us. What in the freak, what is this, God Almighty?
Who add into the system a variety of questions people might ask to trigger that response.
For every question that we asked, there are 15 different ways of asking the same question.
And that's fed in.
And that's all manual.
Editors rotate the image, turn the green screen background into black, and then a long process of testing begins, some of it in schools.
So, Mr. Pincus, on your screen.
Students are asked to try it out, ask whatever questions they want, and see if the system calls up the correct answer.
How did you find out that your city was getting invaded by Germany? Would you ever want to seek revenge?
How did you feel about your family?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Every question and response is then reviewed.
We log every single question that's asked of the system and see if there is a better response that addresses that question more directly.
As we discovered, it's still a work in progress.
Tell us about your family when you were a little boy.
How about you ask me about life after the war?
So a couple of things about artificial intelligence. It is mainly artificial and not so intelligent.
Just yet, for now.
But the beauty of artificial intelligence is it develops over time. So we aren't changing the content. All the answers remain the same. But over time, the range of questions that you can ask will be enhanced considerably.
And you had to stay silent?
Questions to draw out what it was like for Aaron Elster hiding in that attic 75 years ago.
I used to pray to God to let me live till I was 25. I wanted to taste what adulthood would be like.
The rest of that conversation with Aaron Elster, as well as one with a survivor of Joseph Mengele's infamous twin experiments at Auschwitz, when we come back.
So, am I a lucky guy? Yes, I am.
The whole point of the Shoah Foundation's project is to allow meaningful conversations with Holocaust survivors to continue even after the survivors themselves are gone. And of the more than 20 men and women who've participated so far, 4 have passed away already. Tonight, we wanted to share conversations with 2 of them. Conversations that at times felt so normal, we could almost forget we were talking to the digital image of someone who was no longer living. First, a spunky 4'9" woman named Eva Kor, an identical twin who, together with her sisters, survived Auschwitz and the notorious experiments of Dr. Joseph Mengele. Eva Kor spent her life after the war in Terre Haute, Indiana. She died last summer at the age of 85.
Hi, Eva. How are you today?
I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm good.
It felt natural to answer her question before posing my own.
So, how old were you when you went to Auschwitz?
When I arrived in Auschwitz, I was 10 years old, and I stayed in Auschwitz until liberation, which was about 9 months later when we were liberated.
So we made a little announcement about the fact we were starting this project. I get a call the next day from a lady called Eva Kor. I didn't know her at that point in time, and she says, I want to be one of those 3D interviews. I want to be a hologram. I want to be a hologram.
Stephen Smith, executive director of the USC Shoah Foundation, and his wife and colleague, Heather Mayo Smith, were running the project.
I said, well, I'm traveling, I'm very sorry. Where are you going? Well, I've got to go to New York, I'm going to DC. When are you going to go to DC? I'm going to DC. Turns out we were going to the same event in DC. I arrive at my hotel, she's sitting in the lobby waiting for me.
When Eva, on the right, and her twin sister Miriam arrived at Auschwitz, they were pulled away from their parents and older sisters and taken to a barrack full of twins. They never saw their family again.
50 years ago at a railroad
60 Minutes reported on Mengele's twin experiments in a story back in 1992.
And the reason that my number is not...
And we actually interviewed the living Eva Kor at her home in Terre Haute. Eva told us then about becoming extremely sick after an injection.
Mengele came in every morning and every evening with 4 other doctors. And he declared, very sarcastically laughing, too bad, she's so young. She has only 2 weeks to live. When I heard that, I knew he was right. And I immediately made a silent pledge that I will prove you, Dr. Mengele, wrong.
Imagine picking up a conversation almost 30 years later and after Eva's death.
Eva, tell us about Dr. Mengele. What was he like?
He had a gorgeous face, a movie star face, and very pleasant, actually. Dark hair, dark eyes. When I looked into his eyes, I could see nothing but evil. People say that the eyes are the center of the soul, and in Mengele's case, that was correct.
Eva and Miriam are visible in footage taken by the Soviet forces that liberated Auschwitz 75 years ago. They went back to the camp many times, Eva continuing to go even after Miriam's death in 1993.
Because if the train came in that direction...
It was on one of those visits that Eva made a stunning announcement.
I, Eva Moses Kor,
that she had decided to forgive her Nazi captors.
Hereby give amnesty to all Nazis who participated.
She came under blistering attack from other survivors.
How can you forgive? How is that possible?
My forgiveness does not mean that I forget what happened, which is impossible. My forgiveness is an act of self-healing, self-liberation, and self-empowerment.
Are you able to forgive, Aaron?
I cannot forgive.
Aaron Elster disagrees.
For them to get forgiveness, They have to ask my little sister Sarah, whom they brutally murdered. I have no right to forgive, and I will not forgive.
What's important for me in this project is that we have Holocaust survivors who have different points of view about God and religion and faith and forgiveness, and that's what this project will allow us to do.
Aaron Elster, unlike many Holocaust survivors, never spent time in a concentration camp. As Jews were being rounded up in his town's marketplace and sent to Treblinka, his father told him to run. He was 9 years old.
And I managed to crawl into the sewer that ran along the marketplace, the street, and kept crawling till I felt I was out of sight. Stood up and started running.
He made it to the building of an older Polish couple named the Gurskis, who'd been customers at his family's butcher shop.
He shows up, and she didn't want to take him. He started crying, and then she led him upstairs.
Aaron, how long did you stay in the attic?
I lived in that attic for close to 2 years.
2 years with just one visit a day to bring food and water.
What was it like in the attic?
Oh, there's so many things that I remember. The hunger, the fear, the absolute total loneliness. What do you do all day? You're sitting there. I used to catch flies out of desperation and tear their wings off so they wouldn't fly away. So I hid them there.
How did you survive? How did you survive in that attic?
I had the ability to daydream. I used to write novels in my head. I was the hero all the time. And we have that ability to either give in to our misery and our pain and die, or absorb the physical pain but keep your mentality, keep your soul, keep your mind. So, was I bored? Was I scared? Was I in need of somebody to accept me or to tell me that I'm okay, that I'm a nice kid? Sure. But that was not part of my life.
We got a phone call to say that Aaron Elster had suddenly passed away. I was at a conference at that time. So the next morning I went into the little room that we had, and I turned on Aaron Elster's testimony. And I realized I was going to be the first person ever to click that little button and ask a question of somebody who was no longer alive. And for the next 6 hours, people came in and out of that room. His funeral had not yet taken place, and yet the legacy was already continuing, and it was a very powerful and touching moment.
You're good. You're doing great.
A touching moment that may soon be available to others beyond the community of Holocaust survivors.
They're going to come in and they're going to have you look.
Heather Mayo Smith says in the process of developing and testing this technology, she was barraged with inquiries.
There wasn't one person, literally not one, that didn't ask me if they could do a similar interview with either a loved one, for themselves.
Unrelated to the Holocaust?
Unrelated, completely unrelated. Can I do this with someone that I know?
What's the answer?
Yes.
She has started an independent company that's trying to expand the use of this technology.
I was an astronaut for NASA.
Recording interviews with other historical figures like astronauts, and eventually with anyone at all.
What unit were you in during
So
World
do
War
you
II?
think that this is just going to be a tool that people use? Everybody will be recording their histories, and other
Interactively.
people can interview them.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just be life.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get started.
For now, though, the race is on to capture interviews with as many Holocaust survivors as possible while there's still time, so the conversations can continue, always, with people like Aaron Elster.
Do you want revenge?
When I was a youngster, I wanted revenge very, very, very much. And I hate it. I hate it. But most of the perpetrators, most of the killers are dead. So who am I going to hate? The grandchildren that had nothing to do with? It's not right. Revenge is not part of my life. not part of my thinking.
You know, here you have these people who were basically destined to be annihilated, that they survived as the miracle, but they were supposed to be murdered, killed, and now they have immortality.
They were not supposed to have a name. They were supposed to be destroyed for all time. And now, through this program, they will be able to continue to answer questions hundreds of years after the Nazis have gone.
It's that never forget.
We've had a lot of cliches around the Holocaust, you know, never again, never forget, we must remember, all this sort of thing. What this does, it makes sure that there isn't closure, because it's not about a statement, it's not about a particular thing that's being instructed of you. The onus is on you to ask the questions. The onus is on you to be curious and to want to know. And so in a sense, it turns the learning on its head and says, I'm not going to tell you what the lessons of the Holocaust are. I'm not going to tell you what the Holocaust means. But if you want to find out, then you can ask.
It's so terribly important.
So there we were, at a special moment in time when the living Pinchas Gutter could talk to the one who will live forever.
Would you ask you a question for us?
I will ask the one which is my favorite.
Okay.
Can you sing me a song from your youth?
You want me to sing it for you?
Yes, please.
Jadą dzieci, jadą drogą, siostryczka i brat, i nawidzieć się nie mogą, jaki piękny świat.
What does that mean? What is the song? Is it a happy song?
Yeah, well, it's a happy song. It's like a brother and a sister, which of course my twin sister, are traveling in the woods or on the road, and they can't get over how beautiful the world is.
Oh my God.
Jadą dzieci, jadą drogą, siostryczka i brat, i nawidzieć się nie mogą, jaki piękny świat.